Good day and good evening, and welcome to Savage Raid stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. I have to ask right now, is the stream like lagging like crazy? Because OBS is saying that it is. Like completely crazy. It says like 30% of frames were dropped. Anyone saw anything? Are you sure? It looks fine. What does it mean by dropped frames then? What? I don't understand. I do not understand. Can you try moving around? Looks pretty smooth, you say? Anyone who can see any uses? Game is a little choppy when your camera moves a lot. Game does lag a bit. See, that is what I was suspecting. No FPS while you move around. That's not surprising when it's saying that I'm losing like a third of my frames. Well, that's fun. I specifically restarted my router, rebooted my router like an hour before the stream, in the hopes that it would be like that it would then be good, because that was what was needed Thursday, but this is very exhausting, as you can imagine. I don't know what to do. Now I don't know what to do. I specifically did the thing that worked last time. Preemptively, too. If only I could check it without, like, going actually live. I probably could do that with, like, a private stream, but a bit late for that. Like 15 FPS instead of the usual 30, but no freezing or buffering. That's still really annoying and really bad, in my opinion. It's also really weird because YouTube says so far that it's fine. Also, thank you for celebrating a year with the Cult of the Pink, Matthew. Thank you so much. I'm a little unsure if I should restart, like reboot again and then restart the stream. I just don't know if that would actually help this time. I really don't know. Very, very exhausting. Might as well give it a try. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. In that case, I'll be right back, I guess. Maybe try M1 and see how it performs. Well, the thing is, the game is going fine. It's just that the viewing experience looks kind of bad, I guess. Which I'm not a huge fan of. I'd rather get it right. And the weird thing is, last time I restarted the router and it was perfect. Like, it went from to perfect. It's very, very tiring, this. With that said... I guess we can try M1S and see if it's too bad. In the meantime, hey Harris, hey Savic Faye, hey Shaq, hey Delane, hey Gireen, hey Giseras, hey Herodel, hey Talama, hey Quest, hey Matthew, hey Agent Monica, hey Menali, hey Ham, and hey Bella and Philippe. Hope you're all doing very well. Let's hope that this kinda works. If it just doesn't work, I guess we'll restart the stream and see if I can make it work. It's very frustrating, I'll have you know. What's the expected bitrate of a YouTube live stream? YouTube says not that much. Actual advice says like 25,000 kbps or something like that, which is what I've set it to. And it's swinging heavily, which is usually not a problem. The problem is the connection, according to OBS. The problem is the connection, which is swinging, but it's only OBS. And the weird thing, Bella, is that I haven't moved. It's just a few weeks ago my router seemingly started doing this. And apparently sometimes, it turns out, restarting it works. Not always, just sometimes. Anyway, I'll get on Discord, and I guess we'll start the raid, Reclears. Hey guys.
Hello.
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 What my provider is doing, it's unlikely my provider, because Thursday I restarted my router, and now everything was fine. So I don't think it's them. But if the stream looks mostly fine, you can hear me, then I guess it's okay-ish. Let's try with M1S to start at least. Isn't technology amazing? Yeah, I know, right? Very amazing. Just 1 second. I don't know. Hey cons, hope you're doing well. It could be an OBS problem. It very well could. But I'm pretty sure when I fixed it Thursday, I didn't actually restart OBS. Just my router. And then I, of course, restarted the stream. Do you use normal OBS? Yes. Regular old OBS. Hey Joshua, hope you're doing well.
Alright, let's see. Remember to show party effects to limited so I can actually see the fight.
Guess you could say it's showtime. Yeah. Yeah.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks!
Left
because
first.
this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pairs. I think we just wipe it. I guess we just wipe it.
Your midsmith.
What happened?
Where?
I guess that was a light party instead of a pair. But I'm pretty sure we weren't standing where we
Looks like
normally do.
it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was quadruple slice.
Yep.
If I-
Oh yeah, it was pairs.
Quadruple is pairs. We had 2 people on mine and Aradol's spot.
yeah.
Sip. Yep.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our
Aradol, move.
ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive,
Right
folks,
first.
because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pairs. Nice.
Your mincemeat.
Pairs.
Lord Grendel.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Oh, me first? Uh-oh. Heard a little ran out of bounds.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
Beautifully done.
East.
Your mincemeat.
That'll be west. That's in is safe first. In is safe first. Remember, it's the marker, not the boss we're angling for. DPS go first. Uh-oh. Thank you, Boundary. Nails. It'll be nails, by the way. Oh, that's a very nice spread. Uh-oh. No raining cats.
And no limit break.
And oh yeah, whoops.
Next time.
Whoops. Okay, that now I'll ask again, because we're talking about the stream having issues. Did it look mostly fine? IOBS is still saying I'm dropping frames. Does it look fine? Out of the stream? It was fine. Okay, then hopefully. Yeah, exactly, Telemann. Seems like it's lower FPS. That's annoying. But if it's mostly watchable, then that's good enough. Very annoying, by the way. It's dropping during attacks and AoE. I'll think it over. Right, loot time. Earrings. Shaq, Milo, and Cat wants the earrings. Shaq, Milo, and Cat wants the earrings. Could be a driver issue. Unlikely. Because I haven't had issues before and I haven't updated drivers. I think this might have started after a Windows update, actually.
Good old Windows updates.
That
And
would
Windows
make sense.
Windows insisted that I took it. No, Windows, just an update to Windows 10. Only Zip wants the necklace. Me, Shaq, and Cat wants the bracelet. Well, let's see. Giraheen and Ham wants the ring among those that haven't won anything yet. But me, Giraheen, and Ham. Right? Yes. Me, Giraheen, and Ham. Yeah, it might be a thing with OBS, because it's only OBS that is having issues. And the thing is, Thursday it helped to, like, I restarted my router, and then we streamed again, and then things were fine. But today I restarted my router as well, like an hour before the stream. So clearly, that's not the solution, at least. So it might be an OBS specific thing. What it is, I don't know. It's very frustrating. Downloading something? Nope. Nope. I also have an extremely enormous amount of download. That shouldn't be it. That should not be it. My in-game performance is normal. Yes. Nothing else on the PC is lagging, Taldemar. Nothing else. It's only OBS that seems to have issues. So I tried to, like, Google that exact issue, but I don't really have time to mess with that right now. So...
Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
That's pairs.
Submit to your lovely queen.
Pairs.
Here comes a fearsome venom strike!
Spreads. Remember, it's spreads.
Hope you're ready for me to steal your heart.
Is it you Bitcoin farming, Savik Faye? Well, that's very donut first. That's not very considerate of you.
Feeling your love.
Donut first.
Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
I'll make you mine.
Remember to watch out for the hearts. Circle first, watch out for the hearts. Nice.
Is everyone having a good time?
All right.
Having so much fun.
Careful.
B is for
She's a little weird angle, but I think I may manage to make it.
What's this? Honeybee has changed her routine.
Kind of hard to get back to my spot. That was decent. Almost did it.
We're just getting started.
It'll be pairs. Check your heart count.
Who's my obedient little bee?
Us just barely. It's pairs. Uh-oh.
Your support means the world to me, everyone. No hard feelings if I kill you.
It'll be pairs.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Counterclockwise. Nice.
This may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
Ooh, what a delightful battle
Pairs?
this is.
Whoops, I forgot my burst potion there. Is it LB time?
Afterburst, yes.
Yep.
We're just getting started.
DPS have the short fuse. It'll be pairs. Donut first. DPS have the short fuse. Circle. Support, remember you have the fuse. Pairs. Pairs.
Your support means the world to me, everyone.
I think I was supposed to hold that one. That shake it off. I wasn't feeling super confident.
You to a bloody pulp.
Clock spots.
Nobody steals the spotlight from me.
First is Shaganomi. Go. Shaganomi. 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 I hope that was in time. I didn't see. Second pair will be Ham and Milo. Now.
Enough is enough. Trip
I don't have anything.
rage.
Next pairs Aradil and Cat. Just kill the box, Labao. Kill the boss, Labao.
It's all over. Until
Hey, Alfox. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Yannick. Hope you're doing well as well. And yeah, I suppose that solves it. That's also kind of why I'm like, it sucks for those that are like intensely watching that it seems like there's some problems with the feed. Which is also annoying me, just to be clear. Just by extension. But yeah, some people just like maybe glance when something interesting happens, and otherwise just have me on monitor too, and I guess it's less of a problem there. I know some people also mainly watch the streams on like 144 or even like just really low quality, so they don't even notice anyway. Like, it's kind of blurry, like it always is. But it's still annoying for those that are like intensely watching.
Ah, perfect.
Ah. Here we got it. 2 first tries in a row. Right, so, loot time. Well, we can start with the glaze. From the notes, everyone except Giraheen needs glaze for their secondaries. So basically, everyone rolls on that. Except, I guess, except Giraheen. Because you don't need it for your secondary, right?
Best roll so far.
A 1, amazing. I rolled a 7. It's like a 1 that is slightly tilted. Can I have the tombstone, please? You know, Savik, I feel like if we could actually give it to you, we probably would. Sunrise status? We haven't reached it. As everyone rolled on the glaze? Zip got it. Next. Well, that solves something because Zip and Milo wants the helmet, so I guess Milo gets the helmet.
Hehe. Oh, that's perfect. I rolled a 1, so at least I still get it with a 1.
That's amazing. That's another 1, everyone. Who has not passed on the head? Next, the gloves. That's Aradil and Cat. So Aradil and Cat needs. No one else. Yeah, we're still progging on M4S, Bella. Who has not done something on the gloves? And finally we have the boots, where, let's see, me, Shaq, Ham, Aradil, Giraheen wants them. Cat also wants them, so they got the gloves. Oh. Well, I that was a 95 wasted. Does anyone that doesn't have the tombstone want one?
I want to say
I
no for
can't
it.
take one. I don't have one, but...
I already have it, so I'll just pass. I actually almost have 2 from the normal clears.
Yeah, I think we're at the point where just everyone greets on the tombstone.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I see some value in letting those that don't have one, like, in stock, get prio on it so that they can have one in stock if they want. That's why I just pass. Yeah, we're kind of closing in on getting to phase 2 in M4S. By the way, Talamat, it's a very nice way to describe it, if that's actually how it feels. Talamat says, to the viewer, it just seems like your PC is struggling to keep 60 FPS. I can admit that this PC sometimes will dip below 60 FPS though, but that's a lot nicer than what I thought you were seeing. Like, I would assume that when it says it's dropping frames, then it is straight up just and then jumps to the next time there is a frame. But if it's it's sending less frames through, but you can still see everything, that sort of works. I can also see that it is sort of consistent, like the amount of drop frames is falling percentage-wise. I think it's just that it started with a huge frame drop. The stream actually started with boom, massive frame drop while the countdown was happening, which was nice. Very good way to assure myself that the stream is starting, right? Dropping pixels more than frames, if anything.
We wanted 4 M3S books for the stuff we're going to buy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So we will
should
get twines
everyone
today.
get that this week.
Yes.
Our frame drop resistance is increasing each time. It's like, holy.
But in a minute it will reset.
Oh, that not. I guess so. I guess so. But it seems like it keeps applying. Smithereens.
The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring! Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
And the challenger is still standing. Pairs and a circle. Pairs and a circle. Spreads and proximity. Spreads and proximity. Nice.
Don't mind me. Throat's a bit parched.
Throat's a bit parched.
Banned compound detected. Combatant disqualified.
Out of the way, tin can! My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel! No more distractions!
Spreads and a donut. Spreads and a donut. Pairs and a knockback. Pairs and a knockback.
Now we're playing by my rules! Ho ho! Chain deathmatch! There's no escaping those elements!
Pears and a donut. Pears and a donut. Sorry. Pears and a donut. That's my bad. Brain lag. For some reason, my brain really wanted it to be the proximity knockback thing. That's why. Supports have the short fuse. Spreads and proximity. Spreads and proximity. Amazing how that worked out.
This is going to be a blast! The infernal fuse field! How
Supports have the short fuse. Ham. Check. Sip. Milo. Naomi. No, wait. Naomi. No go. Naomi, you're not on a valid one, I think. Aradel. Sorry, I think I missed you spending yours.
I need something fiery! The troop bomber is embiggening himself! Get ready for
It'll be pairs.
pain!
1,
Oh, kaboom,
2,
the bombarding schedule!
3, 4 out. And in. Remember, it'll be pairs, ready for the knockback. Apparently I clicked my gap closer a second too soon. Clicked my gap closer.
And they're done! Is it over already?
Oh boy. Pairs and it's a knockback.
Oh my! The challenge
Yeah.
went down hard.
I mean, actually we might be able to do this if Zip gets up really fast. Actually, maybe not. Heal LB. I don't have anything to heal myself up with after this, by the way. Can
Nice
anyone
and close
rest?
to your
Can
house
someone
here.
rest Ham? All aboard. Spreads and a circle, spreads and a circle, spreads and a circle. I don't think we'll survive. Nope, that was everyone that could res. I think we should just wipe. Yeah, that is the hard part, Jake, is in Party Finder that you can't always assure that the group that you have is actually, like, consistent with what they say they are in Party Finder, since it's a mishmash of players. Yeah, that was doing really well considering how completely off track we got. And hey, Emir, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're having a little bit of connection problems on my end, but I think most said that it's mostly just like slightly worse FPS.
The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring.
Like my OBS is messing up again. I don't know what to do for tonight. We're just kind of putting up with it, I think.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenge is still standing.
Spreads and a circle. Spreads and a circle. Pairs and proximity. Pairs and proximity. You're right, it could be, Telema. The reason why I doubt that is because I've had this problem for a few weeks now, where some streams just... this happens. And I felt like I had just, like, narrowed it down to... my router needs to restart sometimes. But I restarted it just before this stream. So I don't think that's it after all. So it's just OBS being inconsistently weird for some reason. I may have to test it a bit in private. Pairs and a donut. Pairs and a donut. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback. No, it is lagging a bit, Jake. As I said, there's some OBS issues. I think.
Now we're playing by my rules. Ho ho! Chain deathmatch. There's no escaping those adamant links.
Spreads and a donut. Spreads and a donut. We do 2B Ranger outfits on M4S here. This is M3S.
You should know that I have a short fuse.
DPS have the short fuse. Pairs and a knockback. Pairs and a knockback.
This is going to be a blast. The
Supports have the
Inferno
short fuse.
field. How will the challenger respond?
Ham. Shack. Zip. Milo. Naomi. Cat. Aerodil. Nice.
Go. I need something fiery.
Something fiery.
The brute bomber is embiggening himself. Get ready.
It'll be
for
spreads.
explosion of fame.
It'll be spreads.
I think we have way better damage than during the first pull.
Bombardier's special.
3, 4, out. And in. Ready for the knockback. It'll be spreads. Spreads and proximity. Spreads and proximity. Oh, right. All aboard. pairs and it's a circle. Sorry, that's super late. I was too caught up in something else.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
When do you have to taunt, Ham? That's after the multi-knockbacks, right?
After during the lariat.
Oh, right. Remember, there's a lariat to watch out for here. Watch the lariat. Uh-oh. He's coming back the same way.
Beautifully dodged.
Well, you will. That's an awkward timing. I can't lose.
You
Let the man
won't.
at least drink. Mario Kart got mentioned, let him drink.
Ah.
Oh, so he's taking all the shots for us.
Ah. Right. Let's see. I'll just go over the loot here first before we open, since it's a little bit more important. Everyone except Cat needs 2 twines. So everyone except Cat rolls on the twine. But before we do that, Giraheen needs the chest, Aradel needs the pants. So they should probably get those, and then the remaining 5 rolls on the twine. And then whoever's left after that rolls on the weapon upgrade. Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's start with the chest. That's Giraheen needs the chest. And then Aradel needs the pants. Then the twine, that would be everyone except Cat, Giraheen, and Aradel. The twine. And finally, let's see, Cat, Ham, and Giraheen does not... Oh, Kai, sorry, Cat does. See, me, Ham, and Giraheen don't need the material for upgrading weapon. So, minus also Milo and Aradel that got something else.
Mm-hmm.
The rest needs on the solvent, which would be a Sip Shack, Cat, right?
And I believe we're buying a second twine with books, right?
Yes. We all go and buy a twine.
Yeah, full reclears in under an hour.
Yeah. under now, since we did spend some time talking about things.
About 55 minutes, considering I still have 5 minutes of food left, and I used to.
Hmm. Let me just fix my other tank so it doesn't go weird later.
Time to break some materia.
I brought the one I really wanted to keep.
What?
Oh, I brought the crit material and I've got no crit left crits on me. I have to upgrade the market back.
Oh.
Oh. I'm stupid.
Why?
Is it better to upgrade my chest piece or my boots?
I would say the chest piece because there's like more total stats on it. So relatively
Yeah,
speaking, it's going to be worth slightly more.
I just unmelded my boots.
Oh. Well then.
Time to... I didn't need those materia anyways.
Could be worse.
Well, at least 1 out of 4 didn't shatter.
Hey, nom nom nom. Hope you're doing well. It is pretty much, it is progress time. Also, Faith. It is progress time. We just reached M4S again. Okay, Mia. Hope it gets better soon. Enjoy your evening. Materials dirt cheap at this point, no? Yeah. It shouldn't be too expensive, but it's still annoying to, like, basically effectively throw money out the window, right? That kind of sucks. Hey, Lexi. Hope you're doing well.
Well, I also have enough material lying around, but it's still wasted value.
Hmm. Hey, welcome back to the Cult of the Pink, Faith. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the emotes. And for those coming in during the stream, I can say yes, there might be some FPS drops. OBS seems to be acting up a bit. I'll have to see what I can do later. Like, basically all of the potential solutions I can find in, like, start with something like, oh yeah, you just have to restart OBS and do this thing, and things like that. Which means that I can't do it on this stream. So we'll just have to put up with it until then. Hope it isn't too bad. You never have enough material until you see the dreaded. You have successfully melted 130. Successfully melted. 130 was lost in the melding process. Yeah, then you have a lot. I imagine some players will have done and will do that for each raid tier. Pentamelded crafted gear does that to someone. Right. While some people are still fixing their gear, I will be right back. And then hopefully we'll be ready by then. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. And thank you for celebrating half a year. It's part of the Call of the Pink, huh? Thank you so much. What, Bella, what is that strategy that you're suggesting we did? Read on? Which part of our strategy was that? I'm really glad to hear that, J-Spear. Thank you so much. And welcome back. Can I have your autograph, Caetsu Chaiji? Fuse fields. I feel like that's because I'm pretty sure we only checked the Hector guide and just went with it. We might have naturally evolved a different strategy as a result. Can we please get the M4S clear today? I could use the second chance for Chloe. Wow. It's big brain time.
Yeah.
Helping with M4S clears for first timers to get some second chances for Chloe.
You know, one needs to have priorities.
Yeah. I'll just start doing ready checks to see who's back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we only checked the Hector guide like I guess over a month ago at this point. And learned the strategy from that for M3S. And then we've just kind of like, if there's differences from the guide and what we're doing, then it's just that we just decided to do it that way. We're waiting for Milo and Sip. The thing we're still having a bit of trouble with, I believe, is EE2. Mainly. And last time we progged, we sort of were starting to push on...
Laser.
Yeah, the laser! E2 is the arc nemesis for every group. Yeah, as far as I understand, all clear groups are actually EE2 prog, right? That's how it works. That's how it goes. Laser! If you don't skip it, it's sunrise prog. Now that's also pretty funny. E2 requires paying attention and quickly identifying. Quickly identifying things and worst of them all, counting. Oh no, my only weakness. Counting. Dun dun dun. If Final Fantasy players could count, people wouldn't mind the lighthouse. You see, the funny thing is, some amount of players don't like lighthouse because it's not very clear on what you're supposed to count. Which, fair, if you're not...
the first boss. The first boss sucks. That guy's just annoying.
Perhaps that too.
Yeah. You could argue that it's not even counting for the math bot.
Yeah, not really. It's just A plus B.
Mm-hmm.
Just
It's
simple
addition.
addition.
Yeah, it's not counting.
Knowing what... See, the funny thing is that the developers actually did approach that possibility that people didn't know what a prime number is, which is why there's like a parchment on the way to the boss. There's one that actually goes over like multiples of 2 and 3, I believe. And there's also a parchment that tells you the first like 8 or 9 primes or something like that. The problem is, who has time to read those? Who has time to read those items?
I saw that even on day 1 people skipped the notes. Because, you know.
Yeah,
players.
exactly. Since when has items on the floor in a dungeon given you important information?
Well, it says Dasha.
That's a while ago.
You can skip two. You can skip 2 trash mobs by reading.
Yeah.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I read it in Sastasha specifically because of that.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grey wings! Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine!
Back. Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers bait first, and it is a donut first. So healers and a donut. So everyone else is get a little closer. Then tanks. And then ranged in a donut. And then melees.
Is it over already?
Maybe we should just wipe. Just a big bit warm up.
Yeah, just to get a refresh on this.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Remember when it isn't your turn to bait, that you have to like exaggerate your movement, like if it's ranged or healers baiting and it's a donut, then those that are not baiting basically have to go into melee range. And if it's tanks or melees that are baiting and it's a circle, then those that are not baiting have to run extra far.
I would say, like, even if it's donut and melees need to go in, stand in center of the hitbox. Since melee range could still get you hit, as we saw last week.
Also, hey Leah and Jim. And this is a static Prosta.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly divine.
Back. Front. Support spade. Support spade out. Healers first, and it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged. And melees.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One and pairs.
Clock spots.
Yep, clock spots.
How's this?
Mm-mm.
And they're done! Is it over already?
There's so I stay here.
Uh-oh. I got myself confused. 2 is south, right?
They're back on their feet.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Upgrade.
I'm sorry.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine.
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait, and it is a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged. And melees. There we go.
Good. I like that pattern.
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
Not sure.
2 and 4, I think.
2 then, and it's pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
This is spreads.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
I may have completely forgotten our spots for spreads. No, I don't think I did.
I think it was the red spot, just a bit too close.
Wrong side. I stood on top of
No.
Sip. Believe. I got hit by Cleave. That's fair, but I died because I was standing on Sip.
For you during that
I think-
guy, you want to be around where a marker is.
I
and then
think
either
I was
left or
that.
Red side.
I'm pretty sure it was that.
I'm just checking something.
Okay. Also, hey, Kwasari and Harry and Leon. Hope you're doing well.
You were roughly, let's see, how does this go? You were standing around here.
Yeah, I moved
Thank
because
you.
Sip was standing on my spot.
Ah, fair.
I was moving because Sip was standing on my spot. So anyone
no,
sitting
that's
there going, well, you were out of position. Yeah, I moved to my position, saw someone was there. I'm doing decently well, Harry. Bit annoyed with some OBS issues I've been having all evening. And recently. Hopefully it doesn't lag too hard on your end.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly defined!
Front. Front. Front and out. Front and out. Support baits. Supports bait in. Healers bait first, and it's a donut. Healers and a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Nice. I believe next. Well, first we'll have a little bit of other stuff. Every time I try to predict this one, I miss like 2 mechanics on the way there. I feel like.
There is no
Cardinals.
limit to Electro's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. Four, and it spreads. 4 and spread. Hey, Naomi.
And they're down. Is it over already?
It's alright.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Clock spots.
How's this?
It's spread positions.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Well, we should probably just wipe it, Ham. That sounds great, Kosari. I hope you enjoy. And that could be, Philippe. Taldemar mentioned earlier that what you're feeling is probably that it looks like the stream isn't going like a clean 60 FPS for the most part. That should be what it looks like. So hopefully it's not too bad.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
There's something weird about her saying it's nothing personal, but I must have your soul. Isn't that as personal as it gets?
I mean, there's not really someone else with so dense as ours. So it's not personal, just there's no other
I guess so.
object.
It does feel weirdly personal though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, she could definitely rephrase that.
Yeah. Front.
Wickedly divine.
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait, and it's a circle. Healers and a circle. Healers and a circle. Tanks and a donut. Range in a circle. Melees and a donut.
And they're down. Is it over already?
Oh wow. The 1% HP survival.
Did it! But for how long?
There is no limit to electric
Cardinals?
potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3, I think.
Correct.
3 and spreads. 3 and spreads.
Clock spot.
Clock spots. Thank you.
How's this?
There's one too many.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Bit of confusion so far. I wasn't expecting both means to be cleared.
We had 3 DPS close there for the bears as well.
I was also alone north, I think.
Well, but you're a tank.
Am I
I
not
needed those
supposed?
2 healers for my stack.
Remember to count 1 extra if you have the long debuff timer.
Yeah, I did that. That's why I was the 3 and north alone.
Just
Yeah,
speaking in
indeed.
general.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
I don't know the trick, Bella. Is there a trick to it?
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly divine.
Front. 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 Support spade in. Healer's bait first, it's a donut. Healers and a donut. Healers and a donut. Tanks and a circle. Ranged and a donut. Melees and a circle.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electro's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
It's 2 and 4. 2 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads.
Take this! Electrope has
Don't
many
stand on the
uses.
arrow.
Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Oh, that's lovely. She's EI Jutsu range when I stand on the edge.
I'll erase you.
I think we might need to go over the things again.
Yeah. I forgot as well. Let's see.
But I think it's the first time we actually got everyone through the first laser.
That's valid. I'm basically just playing it safe because we're just trying to at least prog the mechanics, and it would be incredibly stupid if I die because I could get a few more GCDs. When we haven't even seen the, like, probably had a chance to do the next mechanic. But you're right, I could probably greet that just fine. So what was it again?
I repost the picture. The blue small and big circle go on the points over here.
Okay.
If
In
you-
that
if
case,
the
I
boss
think
is
I
at
was
here.
about at the correct spot at least.
But it's looking at the boss, it's supports left, DPS right.
Hmm.
And then the arrows and the yellow circle go, so yellow, I mean purple or pink circle go here. And make sure the circle is further than the arrows.
Mm-hmm. I was standing sort of like here, I think, relative to my side. But what is it? We have to resolve that before we look at whether we need to swap positions, right?
Yes. We need
Yeah.
4 players on each side, and so we just stay on the side we had the first laser on.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's resolving, you can check if you need to switch sides. Or try to at least.
And the whole thing repeats 3 times.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's also a wild charge. That was why I was trying to stand first and foremost on my side. That's also something to keep in mind, DPS and healers, is the reason why the tank is hugging the boss and trying to get more further up under the boss than you isn't because they just need to see, it's because you have to be behind them. I've actually seen the same happen when we did Extreme 1 farms, is that I'm like standing right up next to someone else because they don't care that I need to be at front. They're in position to attack the thing they need to attack. Usually it resolves and usually we can both reach, but it is quite funny to see sometimes. Food buffs, by the way.
Overrated.
This is nothing personal.
I was gonna
but
say
I
you'll
must
die, but
have
you're a
your
tank,
soul.
so...
Wah, wah.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wicked
Front.
divine!
Front. Support spade. Support spade out. Tank spade first, and it's a circle. Tank center circle. Healers and a donut. Healers and a donut.
Challenger went down hard.
Ranged in a circle. Uh-oh. Actually, it's not even ranged in a circle, it's melee in a circle. Which is why I died, of
Is
course.
it over already?
Hey, Shadow. Hope you're doing well. This would be a valuable lesson, and pain is an excellent teacher. Yeah, exactly, Banry.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
As if I'm going to be on fumes for about a minute.
Gathering ether, but to what end?
I don't know. Anyone?
I think 3 and 1, but I'm standing on the wrong side of a boss, so
Well, let's assume it's 3. It spreads. Clock spots.
How's this? Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that nasty
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh, that does a lot of damage.
no.
What's up?
I wanted to know what the red debuff does when it runs out.
Oh, what did it do?
It kills you.
No,
Oh.
it hits you with an with something and gives your damage down, and I think it kills a caster.
Oh.
Wait, let's see what the battle log says.
I think we were positioned right, at least on my side. I think. I was too far out. Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to stand exactly on the dot I'm supposed to stand on then. I like the way you put that, Johnny. You were too far out there. Really need to big spoon the tether person. Well, I mean...
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Front. Back. DPS bait. DPS bait in. Tanks bait first, and it's a donut. Tanks and a donut. Healers and a circle. Melees and a donut. Uh-oh. Ranged and a circle.
Is it over already?
Uh-oh. That is not good.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Cardinals.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads. Looked like there was something weird with the positioning for the.
I think I got clipped on a square too close.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Don't stand on the arrow.
Oh, look at that
Right.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Uh-oh.
I'll erase you.
How do you mean that it might be YouTube, Bella? Aside from the fact that we had a death right leading up to the cannons, what else did we have to do different? Did anyone see?
I knew for a fact that I was just too low health to survive it.
Hmm.
And I didn't really look at everyone else.
Just an HP issue. Okay. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's like if someone dies in the middle of handling that, like might not be entirely accurate to say that rocks fall, everyone dies, but it's not entirely off to say that. Like that it kind of just goes. Just need more mitigation. Yeah, I used I think I got shaken off in time for the laser itself.
Well, if...
Yes?
Huh. No, I was just thinking, I thought you said reprisal, because reprisal should last for like almost 2 lasers.
Yeah, you were using reprisal, I take it.
I don't think so.
Okay, I used reprisal for the stack marker before because it's like, well, we're 7, so now we might actually need it.
Yeah. I reprisal the spread marker during the debuff explosions, but reprisal might be up again for the first laser.
I think it should. Yeah, no worries, Bella. It's mostly like it's very helpful to know whether we exploded because we did the thing wrong, or we exploded because, well, not enough mitigation. Like that helps a lot, because if we think that we just have to be healthier, but someone is actually doing the mechanic wrong, then we're not getting anywhere. But if we know that it is actually a mitigation issue, then like we've already narrowed it down. It's like that's plenty of help.
Yeah, most of us were at 25% HP
Yeah.
when the debuffs went off.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wicked
Front.
divine.
Front. Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait first, and it's a circle. Tanks and a circle. Tanks and a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Nice.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
2-4, I think.
Yeah, 2-4.
Events.
Spreads on 2. Nice. Totally not scary to use Ormgang as the boss has finished the cast and winding up to punch me to death. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spritz.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Ooh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down.
Well, we almost had it. Let's jump me.
I forgot to taunt for the tank buster anyways.
You were dead.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have remembered.
Oh. Oh. That's...
What's me, Aradel?
Shaq had to go to the left, Aradel. You did it right. Yeah, that is true. You should have. I guess you should have. Basically, you could have provoked at any time during that entire mechanic, right?
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
just make sure to not outdamage me.
Well, I mean, yeah. Like that's the thing is that if you had just like quietly done it, then I would not have shirked you without you asking because I didn't consider that. Oh yeah. I need to tank switch with you for that. So like I wouldn't have recognized it if you didn't say something. You can provoke her when she's blasting the arena. Yeah, even there, that's true.
Yeah,
Cat says I also died to damage. That was probably part of the reason why people just exploded. But we also had some positioning, at least on our side. What else is new? Don't sell yourself short, Cat. You're doing fine. I'll say Silvermint.
Yeah, you're
doing
becoming
well.
an expert in exploding to damage.
Oh, it's like that shirt I've seen. Like I said, I'm a bomb technician. If you see me running, try to keep up.
If one needs wings,
I'll say Strats.
one
Hope you're doing well.
needs make them.
You can provoke it anytime after the first buster. I mean, front.
I think she does
Front?
like 2 auto attacks after the first buster.
Yeah, she doesn't attack that often. She just really makes the most of it when she does. Front and out. Front and out. Support baits. Support baits in. tanks bait first, and it's a donut. Tanks and a donut. Tanks and a donut. Healers and a circle. Melees. Ranged. In a circle. Oh boy. Well, note to self, there's no benediction coming to me in a moment.
Note for me, there's no time for 2 GCDs, only 1.
Womp womp. Oh well, now you know.
There's no limit
Cardinals.
to electric
Cardinals.
potential.
You have problems keeping uptime during that mechanic?
What?
Oh shush.
I like
So finished
Tomahawk.
tank.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. 3 and pairs. 3 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
How's this? Spritz. Oh. You should probably just wipe it. Before this fight is just a big misunderstanding. She wants to give you a present and is getting beat up for it. Take this! Boom! She's throwing it very violently. So it can be. Hope you're doing well. How are you so calm as a bomb technician? Well, you see, I either do my job right or it's no longer my problem. That's a that's an excellent one. That is a good one. You see, the funny thing is that I have actually seen, like when I went to university, I had a friend who was, in relation to some like, what would be the word for that? Like some sort of club I went to, where there was a guy that actually was a bomb technician, among other things. And he had the shirt with the, if you see me running, try to keep up on it. Which is absolutely hilarious. Hey, wrapped up. Hope you're doing well. Is Zip okay? Zippity Zorp. Zip. You are ready. Well.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Well, sorry about that.
You just had to push it.
Yes.
Thank you, Raptor. I'm glad to hear that.
If one
And
needs
we are,
wings,
can we?
one
Thank you so
needs
much.
Simply make them.
She's growing wings. Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine.
Back. Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Hey Gazel, hope you're doing well. Healers bait, and it's a circle. Healers and a circle. Healers and a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut. Are we winning? We're progging. So in a way, I guess. Cardinals?
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
If exploding counts as winning, for some it would.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
4 and 2. Two and spreads. 2 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
Indeed, Silverbait.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
No!
Oh my! The challenger went down.
Well.
Yeah. That one's on me.
Wait, what? Ow.
And they're down. Is it over already?
You need to provoke.
I don't have provoke.
Uh-oh.
I did provoke.
Die here. I have no choice.
A prologue
but
at
to
least.
surrender to Electrope.
Alright, fuck. Got it.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Ow. I couldn't remember what happens in that section.
Oh,
So I just
yeah.
kind of winged it.
she keeps going.
I will not fail.
The ones that didn't get hit with the AoE need to be in front now.
Egads! Something is growing from her body!
Because I got killed, I had problems actually remembering
Well-
the cones.
Guess what? It's a body check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, Silverman. The reason why I'm not taking them is simply because we're just trying to proc mechanics, so I don't see any reason to take that unnecessary damage. At least for now. So how is it goes? And yeah, a lot of prog. The music started to change.
Let's see.
So
where
what? How is it goes? Do we have specifics? We have specific spots, right?
I think we rotate to our colors and melees, and it's
It's
so
a-
that one melee and one healer, one melee and one ranged is in each pair, so that they can spread while standing in one of those small pizza slices.
Okay, so just to give an example, I should be in like the area around 1 and A, right?
Yes.
No, because the boss is 180 degrees flipped for that entire phase.
Oh,
So melees want to be at 1 and 2.
so we're doing true
Melee
south.
DPS want to be at 1 and 2. And whoever has aggro wants to be at C.
Well. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay, yeah, I get it. So,
And
so just to be clear, for that phase,
no, it doesn't matter where the main tank is. The tanks should be on 1 and 2. The
Yeah,
DPS
the
on 3 and
problem-
4.
the problem is that
No,
the
stupid.
melees as it stands right now, if we don't do anything, I believe Naomi would be on 2 and B, right? Like as by default, is that right? Or is that 3?
For
Three and
this
s-
one, yes.
No,
two
just
of-
ignore that. If we just take it from the top, for the normal clock spots, Naomi is 3 and you are 4?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that if we did nothing, then Naomi would be stuck on C and 3 in front of the boss for that phase. And you would be on 4 and D stuck, like, mostly in front of the boss for that phase. Is that right?
Yes.
So that
And the phase
means
lasts a
that
minute, so
the
that's a lot of positionals.
problem would be resolved by... Hypothetically, it could be resolved by ranged and melee changing spots for that. Right? A bit like we've done with M4S.
No.
If
We
Milo
want
swapped with Cat, then Milo would be on 1 and A. And if Naomi
Yes.
swapped with Aradel, they would be on 2 and B. That isn't perfect,
And
and I don't think there's much you can do there.
You would also need to swap to D and 4 so that we have one melee and one ranged paired up. So I think both healers need to be with the melee DPS and the ranged need to be with the tanks or something like that.
Yes. Screenshot coming in.
Oh, right, because someone has to be behind and someone has to be in front. It doesn't work if we have melees and tanks together.
Nope.
Well, it works, but it costs a lot of uptime.
This is the screenshot from Hector. Remember for the ranged, both the healers and the caster / bard to be far out. Like if you get hit with circle AoE, it's quite big.
Who are you normally paired with for, what I mean with paired with? Where's your clock spot, Ham?
I'm C.
Okay.
It's my clock spot, so my normal pair number is 3.
Yeah, so if we look at that picture, maybe I should just open it so that the stream can see as well. From this picture, I decree that it is actually impossible for our actual clock spots to work, even if we like just turned them.
Yes.
From what I can see, if we just look at this picture as is, like the off-tank swaps with healer 2. Is that everything? And then we we spin like 180 degrees. Is that everything?
Wait, let's swap with.
Who are you
I think
like?
so, yes.
Isn't that right? Who like? M2 is on 3 normally. R2 is on. Right? I'm pretty sure if
that's
that's not a
weird.
lot, but it's still confusing.
Yeah, especially it's confusing to say the tank who could theoretically use their normal clock spot and partner spot is who want to flop. Or am I stupid again?
I don't know. The point is that you're pairing up so that you have a ranged player in each pair. Isn't it easier to remember the spot for this specific mechanic? Yes, probably. We're just trying to discuss it. But it can be very confusing for some. Yeah, it's probably easier to just go, we're doing this. Like, as on the picture, you have different clock spots for that specific mechanic.
I think the second picture makes it a bit more easier, since then
second
we have
picture?
the normal, like after the, because where the cones are rotate slightly, but just how they line up makes the clock spots a bit easier to see, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, I see it.
Of course, we can, if we
No,
want
no,
to
that
change
is
stuff,
true.
that's fine as well. Then I can change the picture as well.
Gamel in the chat said it's basically M2S pairs, but south-oriented. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's actually, it's not just south-oriented, it's... To me, it looks like it's M2S spots, but spun 180 degrees, because if it was south-oriented, because that is south-oriented, of course, it's like you spin the boss 180 degrees, but it's not just inverse or mirrored, it's just straight up, you just turn everyone 180 degrees around the boss.
Ew, is this a boss relative strat?
To explain the rotating part more. So, now, if only I could spin this picture in the Firefox image viewer, that would be really, really funny. Basically, if you're looking at the stream, Ardell, you're range 2. On M2S, your spot is up here, right? Up here. On a square arena. So you imagine that, and then you spin the arena 180 degrees, so your spot is down there, and you move slightly to the side. Yeah, exactly, it's kind of like the reverse of M2S. Point relative mirrored M2 pairs, yes! No, that sounds right, Ardell. That sounds right. You don't have to rotate like the... Also, by the way, move, guys. If you have stood still for 5 minutes, just move in game. The only rotating you have to do in this phase, Ardell, is she's going to alternate this. Like she's going to blast and then blast and then blast, starting with the one where the telegraph is. So you basically move into the explosion that happened. And then while that happens, there's a reason why we're positioning like this. Could someone explain that again, please?
Sorry, what was?
So while she's doing those explosions, stuff happens. What is that?
One player, one
it's
roll.
more that she does the cone AoEs, and they rotate, like
Yeah,
where the safe spot is,
they-
at where the next cone
Yeah,
AoE
yeah.
comes.
Yeah.
At some point during the cone AoEs, one roll will get hit with an AoE, a pretty big AoE, getting lightning ball, and after that, shortly after that, she shoots lasers at the at those 4 players.
The same
And
4
those
players.
lasers, yes, and those lasers are wild charges.
So the other players have to stand in front.
Yeah.
Right. Avengi says 5th hit will hit either support or DPS. So that I guess it's blam, 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 blam. Roll gets hit. And then a moment, like, very shortly after she shoots the laser. It looked to me like she did it again.
Yes, she repeats
Yes,
that
she
mechanic
goes
twice.
over it twice.
Okay.
The full mechanic.
Okay. And because it looked like the explosions on one roll were AoE, is that right?
They are massively AoE.
Yeah. So that's
Basically
that is
the size of one of
the
these
picture
squares.
the picture where you can see that the ranged and healers are standing like all the way out in Narnia is not just like for exaggeration. It's because you have to stand far out.
Yeah. So after the laser, you basically have to go to the center to grab some heals. If you're ranged.
Yeah, or like, if we have the reserve, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for us tanks to try and give something to our our ranged. Right. I mean, I can just heal his ranged up with Nascent. Ham can use Intervention.
Or I could also Clemency.
Maybe not necessary, but... Now, after we've gone over that, it would be perfectly in character for us to wipe 4 more times to not that. Are you ready for that, everyone?
And then completely forget about the explanation by the time we get back to it.
Remember food.
But I must
Yes.
have your soul.
Oh yeah, it's still in the fridge.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
That second tank must have peeking around the corner like... yeah. Front. Front and out. Front and out. Support bait. Support bait's out. Healer's bait, and it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees. Ooh, nice. Cardinals.
To Electro's potential.
The cheeky 40k slap.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
Is that fun too?
2 and 4.
Yeah.
2 and spreads. 2 and spreads. The cheeky 60k slap. Block spots. Wheel.
How's this?
This one goes out to Silvermint. Pass. Uh-oh. That was me. That was me. I got the short timer so many times that I forgot to add one. I'm sorry.
Take that!
I should not have taken that, Res. I'm sorry about that. I counted 2. And I forgot to add one. Really want this 4 wipes thing. I don't think did I promise exactly 4? Oh no.
Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
You're welcome, Ceres. Is that a bad thing? To have the DuckTales theme stuck in your head.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Yeah, Kinby, I just called it Squeenix RNG. It's like everything. If there's 2 outcomes, the game will choose one like 10 times in a row.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's growing wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Back and out. Back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait, and it's a circle. Tanks and a circle. Tanks and a circle. Healers and a donut. Melees and a circle. Ranged and a donut. Had to be closer, Shaq.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals.
potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4? Is it 2 and 4?
Think so.
4 and spreads. 4 and spreads. It was not 2 and 4.
They're done! Is it over already?
Oops. Hey Bimo, hope you're doing well. Yeah, if you know what the answer is, just say it. I try my best to not sound too confident if I don't know. It was in fact over already. Indeed.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks bait, and it's a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees. Ranged.
There is no limit.
Cardinal
to an
positions.
expert's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Thank you. 3 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
And... ta-da! Nice one, Bimo. Hope you'll get us soon. And thank you, Kinvi. Victory! Boom! We did it! Bella mentioned a tip earlier that there's a trick to EE1, finding the safe spot. I can't remember quite how it was, but it was something like you only need to watch the... Are you still there, Bella? Can you repeat it? Maybe I can find it if I scroll up far enough. You only look at the last hit. West side the quadrant hit is safe. East side, the quadrant hit is not safe.
Oh yeah. I think that checks out.
So how does that mean? Like... I'm not sure. The first one not hit on the boss's left is safe. The last one not hit on the boss's right is safe. Envy says. First one on the left... First one not hit on the left is safe. And the last one not hit on the right is safe. I'm not necessarily saying that everyone has to remember that, but given that I'm sort of trying my best to call it out, it's like if I can get any tricks to make it easier, that helps. Let's say it hits 4 and 2 in the last hit, that means 1 and 2 are safe. Right? You cannot send links in the chat because we have that disabled simply because bots think it's super fun to abuse it. But I appreciate it nonetheless, Assassin. Second hit doesn't matter. First one not hit on the boss's left is safe. The last one not hit on the boss's right is safe. Wouldn't that mean that if it hits, if the last hit is 4 and 2, wouldn't the safe spot be 3 on the... When you say the boss is right, do you mean if she's facing north? Yeah, you cannot send links in the chat, Bella. As I said, it will not let it through. And that I don't have like an easy way to say, no, actually Bella can send one thing through. I think we'll just try a little bit more. It's nice to know that there are these tricks, and then maybe we can like think it over a bit more at a different time. I mean, I have my I do have an account, Bella. And I do check it every now and then. You could do that. Like, you could send that. You could also post it in the Discord. That is also an option. And no worries, Bella. That is not a requirement. I'll do another ready check, and then we go. And then, yeah, that is true. One more wipe, and we actually... The prophecy is... has become true.
So we need to wipe one more time?
Let's go.
Only for
Is
the
that a challenge?
No. Actually, it's almost like the inverse of a challenge, because usually people try to make the streamer man wrong, right?
The problem is if you say we wipe, we can't really do anything about that.
Oh no, I'm not actually actively trying to make that happen though. Even though it might look like it.
One needs simply make them.
His great wings. Ha! A wickedly
Front.
fine.
Back. DPS baits, and they DPS baits in. Healers bait first, and it is a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. A spoiler chat would be fine, Bella. Thank you. Wrath of Zeus. Wrath of Soup.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
2-4.
2-4, yeah. That matches with what we were just talking about. 4 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Pairs.
Is it over already?
Yep. Exactly, Silverman. Cardinals knock off the clock spots, and you notice that sometimes I say cardinals with a little bit of a flair of the Gummy Bears theme. You know that one? Gummy Bears. Cardinals. Oh boy. Well, in Danish we know them as something else. Apparently they thought gummy bears didn't make sense. Thank you for the cheat sheets, guys.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers bait, and it's a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Milo?
I got hit by one of the tanks once, so I tried to adjust.
Oh. I didn't realize that I didn't get hit. My bad.
They're back on their feet. What grid?
Ouch!
Hey, look at
Cardinals.
it this way, Hom. It's your weekly
Cardinals.
get murdered by a samurai.
It says here in the strategy that you're supposed to get assassinated by a samurai.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
2 and 4. Four and spreads. 4 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Pairs.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Take this!
Ah, so close.
Electrope has many uses.
Don't stand on the arrow.
Ooh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Remember, you have to taunt at any time you want, Ham.
Raised you.
Oh. Was there 2 healers on my side?
I think there was. I think I had yellow.
Haruto
Hey,
didn't even
predicting
have a
was
buff.
right.
What happens then? It's okay, Sid. It's alright. Nox says, color theme today, or are you still doing VTubers? We're doing 2B hour ranges. Most of us are. Which is a small Kai meme from a while back when we did near raids around Christmas time. Everyone put on near costumes and colored them in various colors. And that's what we're doing. And we also, some have also mixed it with a wizard theme. Which is why some have wizard hats. Or witch hats, for that matter. So that's the theme. Thank you, Kinvi. We've actually been doing like different themed outfits for all the bosses except the first one. It's just on Reclears we like rush through it, so some of us just haven't like switched to the outfit when we did the Reclears.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
The aggro might be a little close because I turned on my tank stance 1 second late after taunt.
If one needs
I'll taunt again in
wings,
like 30
one needs
5 seconds.
simply
That should resolve it.
Well, I've also shirked already.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wickedly divine!
Back. Front and out. Front and out. Support baits. Support baits in. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Healers bait first, it's a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle. Cardinals.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and
1
3.
and 3.
1 and 3. 3 spreads. 3 in spreads. Ugh. That was very close to frame perfect. Clock spots.
How's this?
Thank you for checking in, Jason. Enjoy your evening. Spreads.
Is it over already?
I think we're going to wipe.
Yeah.
When you can see the future, but there's nothing you can do about it. You're just like, I'm getting a vision. Like as you're like stepping over a like a train track or something. Like I'm getting a vision. A train is coming. Boom. It's a Prog point. We got to the what's it when she does the alternating cones.
Ion cluster, I think it's called.
I think that's what comes after that.
Ion cannon.
Iron cluster is the gun.
We're still progging on that, I suppose, but
Intermission.
yeah, we have seen the thing where like the intermission is starting.
We have seen Electrope implant once, I think.
Yeah. Amazingly, we got quite far, considering that at least I am pretty sure others also went in when what's our positions for this?
His great wings!
Front.
Wickedly divine!
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait, and it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Oh, whoops. Tanks in a donut. ranged and a circle. Melees. Fortunately, taking that doesn't kill me.
Here's your DPS.
Ah, it's fine. I didn't want it anyway.
Okay, I'll jump off if you don't want me.
No!
There is no limit.
Cardinals.
Rogue's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
4-2. Two spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Uh-oh.
Take this.
It is exactly down to the wire with 7.
Electrope has many uses.
Don't stand on the arrow.
Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Remember to taunt.
Clean.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Aye, the challenger went down hard.
What happened?
I have no clue.
No.
Implant positions.
Implant positions.
I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
Ah! Almost. Almost had it, Cat.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
I think she always shoots 4 lasers as well.
No. I'm not firing
it's-
my laser. Well, there's only one
Yeah.
target. This one time, I'm not going to target the corpses. Yeah, the chat mentioned that it might, for that tank buster, it might help to phase her out of the arena. But I don't know what killed Aradel.
Yeah, I got confused by that as well.
Like, it looked like everyone were out of the way, so it was fine. But yeah, it's probably easier for positionals for the melees if she's phasing out of the arena.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where to face her, so in the end I just decided to face her into the arena.
Strahd says Aradel died to the tank buster. Hey, VK Lizard. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I see. Aradel walked in front to the other side of the boss and got hit by one of the tank buster lines.
I don't know. It's the tank buster ham take, so it's just a suggestion that maybe it's easier, safer if you phase her out. But if she shoots two lasers, like she shoots twice, and then there's an auto attack, and I'm trying to provoke for the auto attack.
Yeah, it's not that close with the auto attack, so it should be fine. But, well, yeah. Also, I will try to face her outwards.
That's okay, Aradel. I do those kind of brain farts as well. Of oh right, the mechanic wasn't over. Like it happens.
Oh,
Aradel.
I almost got
fine.
hit by it as well, but
yeah,
that was just
I was looking at it also like, oh, I hope everyone realizes. Like it's okay, Aradel.
Must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
What's really interesting when a boss has like a song change in the intermission is that means that song always perfectly aligns with the mechanics coming up.
Simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front. And yeah, what snipes some of us? Oh. Should we just wipe?
Is it over already?
Support spade in? Or do we just... I think we should just wipe, honestly, if we fail on the very first thing.
They're still in it! But
Thank you, Milo.
I'll
I was
take
like,
initiative.
I called it, no one moved. So I'm like, okay, perfect, I've called it, now we're in limbo. No
I
one's
pressed my
jumping.
backstep, but it was still on cooldown. I used it to do the mechanic correctly. I couldn't jump off.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention also before we go again that I think what caught some of us is that the AoE, like on that intermission phase, the explosions happen, so the wild charge has to be intercepted. But we have to also move for the cones because there's a cone happening on top of the wild charge. That was what I think
Yes.
killed like 6 of us.
The pizza keeps slicing.
Yes. Like I just wanted to mention that like if we don't realize that, then and also that it's last pull before reinstance. That's true.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
She has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks bait. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Uh-oh. This is not going to work. Somehow, it almost kind of worked, but I think it is better if we just wipe it.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply 99 totems. Yeah, indeed. Let's hop out. From what I've heard, Nox, like, I've basically heard no one outright complaining about Medem. I know some people have said, oh yeah, he's fun, but I got enough of him on this and this thing, so, like, I do some settings so that I can't hear him. But I don't think I've heard anyone outright complain about Medem. Right, short break, and then we go back in. So, I'll be right back, and then we can go again when everyone's back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Pimo says I want Medem to become a Scion and just commentate every fight from now on to the end of Final Fantasy XIV. That would be pretty funny. If just randomly they just decided that, well, actually, boss fights need like a commentator. It's basically a requirement. That would be pretty funny. We just bring him. Medem, we have a trial coming up. We need you. New job is the actual 9th man. Imagine if that was an option. What would your actions be?
Proud.
What?
Crouching.
I guess so. How would you level the job? Would you level the job? Could you level the job? Would it just be level 1? Vicious mockery. It would be strange. It would be strange if they one day actually made like in-game legitimate support for a 9th player that is just the shot caller. Like as an optional seat. I wonder how many would have that. I imagine the seat would often be vacant in Party Finder unless there is some sort of reward for it.
Well, and if there is a reward for it, some players might just join and do nothing.
Oh yeah, the useless 9th player. I mean, if it's Party Finder, then, you know, they'd just be like, well, the 9th player isn't doing anything, so... Exactly, Bokaj. I agree. That's kind of where the problem lies. Make the character sit in an Air Force mount really high up in the skybox. I mean, one way it could work out is that like a streamer, for instance, could have fun with essentially spectating and shot calling and commentating.
Like a spectator mode where you just get thrown into a random, currently running instance and can just spectate.
Yeah, that would be pretty fun. Add it to mental roulettes. that might work actually. That maybe you could be it could enable so that a mentor could be spectating. But yeah, it does indeed lead to some potential toxicity, right? If you could just commentate, like just imagine how incredibly toxic it would get. If you have like a mentor who's like, well, you winning is what gives me this achievement prog, because that's usually what it comes down to. And you're not doing the thing right. And I'm saying to you how to do it, so just do it. And you'd basically have a 9th player who has nothing better to do than sit and complain. That totally doesn't sound like a bad idea.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
I'm just announcing the mistakes of people. Yeah.
Ooh, that player went down hard.
Oof.
If one needs wings, one needs...
Even I felt that one. Oof. But the challenger isn't standing.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front. Support baits out. Sorry. Brain lag. That is my bad.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard!
Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Brain is winding up again. Tanks in a donut.
Back on their feet! What grit?
Healers in a circle. DPS. Ranged in a circle. Oh boy.
And they're down! Is it over?
Sorry, Ardell. I should have called the previous mechanic a little bit better.
They're still in it! But for how long?
There is no limit to electro...
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
4 and 3.
2 and well,
4 in pairs? Yeah, clock spots.
How's this?
Spritz. Well,
Take this!
Jack, you
luck.
got it. The challenge has indeed felt better before. Only one person left standing. Wonder how that happened. Ooh, someone needs to do their homework on this fight. Oh man, imagine if you just got like buttons to send specific messages. There would be so many things that they couldn't put on that because it would be used in such a toxic way. I think it was a saving grace for that is that Mentos acting like that would probably get banned. Yeah. With the 9th player thing we were talking about.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Oh. Backing out. Backing out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healer's bait. It's a donut. Healer's in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged. Melee. Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
Green 4.
3 and 4. 3 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, that didn't look quite right.
Is it over already?
Yes.
Very.
It looked like there were... Was there too many people on my side somehow? It also looked like that we had the person that had to stand in front.
Yes, there were
Middle.
5 people on your side.
How did they survive? Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because there was at least one person that was completely out of position. So I don't know if they know that they were out of position. The specific one I saw was that the cone, like, I was standing here and I saw the cone coming from here, shooting this way.
Yeah, that's definitely out of position.
Yeah, but I didn't see who it came from. So I'm just asking so that we know that, like, that the person knows what went wrong. Otherwise, it'll just happen again. Strands just having a spectator random duty option would be good, though. No chat or anything. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. Kansas, I got mind flooded by the imbalance. Fair enough. Yeah. The fact that it is non-lethal but gives you something else is certainly still not good. Johnny says Ardell was on the wrong side. Okay. Well, that probably is a bad start if you end up standing on the wrong side initially. Then that just makes it more
Naomi was
confusing.
also right side but wrong position because they had the cone
Right.
that was supposed to go to you.
So we had the
There were multiple things.
yes.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait. It's a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Range in a circle. Melees in a donut. I forgot to move again. That's fine.
Tank privilege.
Yep.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
2 and 3. 2 and 4, sorry.
2 and 4. 4 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
How's this? Spreads.
Oh my!
Uh-oh.
The challenger went down hard.
Oh,
Take this!
what happened
Oh,
to
hey.
you? Oh,
I
hi.
think I got clipped by Ham. Or I clipped Ham.
We clipped each other.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly, Bokaj. It's like you give someone buttons to send emotes, and there's nothing else you can do. They'll absolutely just mash something stupid, especially if they're annoyed. And we all know that if you could mute the 9th player, instead of it muting them, it would probably just spam the message from a blacklisted player thing. I have to say that's incredibly silly that they did it like that. Incredibly silly. Crystalline conflict is intolerable. Well, the good news for you there, Bella, is that if someone is spamming those messages, that you can report for. That is like nuisance behavior, and you can report people for that. It's pretty funny, when Crystalline Conflict was initially implemented, it took like a week, if not less, before there was like this little there was this little like blurb that they posted where they outlined what isn't okay to do in PvP, where they had to explain that it's not very sportsmanlike to teabag the enemy team or your team, and they also had to outline that it's not okay to throw fireworks at people's corpses in Crystalline Conflict, and that it's not okay to spam the sound things. Oh, that is pretty brutally. Someone is spamming sound effects. Danger bongos. You mute them. You can't see that they're writing danger bongos anymore, but you can hear the danger bongos.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
The thing is, Bella, people doing something wrong the first time, like it doesn't always get resolved immediately. And the first time, or maybe the first 2 times, the person might be told to like stop it. Or the first time they might just let it slide. So you have to repeatedly report them every time they do it. Right? They keep doing it, they keep getting reported. Eventually it'll work. Front! Back and out. Back and out. Support spade. Support spade in. Support spade in. Tank spade first. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Uh-oh. Well, we have a problem now.
The challenger went down hard.
This is really scuffed.
They're back on their feet. What grit? They're still in it, but for how long?
There is
Cardinals?
no limit to Electrope's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4.
3 and 4. 3 spreads. 3 and spreads.
And they're
A little
done.
close.
Is it over already?
Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads. Uh-oh.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
I will not be provoking here.
No?
No, I already invoked the tank buster.
Oh.
Also, I just killed everyone.
Oh.
I always forget the third one.
Well.
I always forget the third one.
Yeah, that might matter, Bella, but it doesn't change the fact that just because you saw the same person like 3 times in relatively quick succession. See, I searched his name on Twitter and apparently people have been reporting him for a year for it. That is wild. I wonder how that's possible.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. And DPS baits out. Healers bait. And it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Arranged in a circle. Uh-oh. Melees.
Oh my! The challenger went down.
Not quite close enough, Naomi.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2-4.
2-4.
2 and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
Ooh boy.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Nah, I fucked up, sorry.
They're down. Is it over already?
It is a little funny. It's a little funny. When you're like, well, I'm in the right spot, so what do we do now? Like, for a second, I thought we were fine, actually. Like, because it takes a second and then it exploded. I thought, like, oh, did we get away with it?
have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. Support spade. Support spade in. Healer's bait. It's a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee circle.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. 1. Spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Love getting the same symbol 3 times in a row.
And they're done! Is it over already? They're still in it! But for how long?
Sorry, I should have taunted a little sooner.
No,
In summation positions.
I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Well,
It will hold. It must.
I want to see it. I just want to see it. Ow. Hold it. Hey guys.
This would be where you think
She's
I'll be
taken Electrope into her body.
Yes.
when she think.
When she does the smack back, and when we got
No,
knocked.
when this cast is about on the S. This S. So the last S. Yeah, that deals a lot of damage.
Oh boy.
Good luck with the stack.
Well, I'll just stand
left
here,
side,
guys.
go up. For that we have left party, light party 1 left side, red party 2 right side, and then you look where the 2 arrows are the same direction, left or right.
Away from you.
Can you say that again?
So we have light party 1 left side,
Yes.
light party 2 right side,
Yes.
and basically let's say this is the middle of the 4 rows of the Exa flares. We look whether the row above or below has 2 arrows pointing away from us. So for us that would be 2 arrows to the left, and we walk into that one.
Oh, so they immediately go out?
And for the party over here, they look where the 2 arrows are pointing towards the left and walk into that one.
Oh, okay, I think I misunderstood. Or misheard. This party here looks for where there's 2 arrows pointing to the right, yeah? To the
One
east,
sec.
right?
Yes.
Holmgang could have saved you. Yeah, well, I feel like I was pushing the boundaries of what would actually help us to see. Can you just? I have a trick for the flares as well, if you like. Let's see if we need it before we start going for that. Let's see if we actually can reach the mechanic with a party alive.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the league!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS bait. DPS bait in.
Oh my! The challenger went went down hard.
Healer's bait. It is a circle. Healer's in a circle.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Healer's in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Sorry, I was late. Right, I'm completely confused.
Is it over
I'm
already?
confused. Bye. I'm very confused.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
You said it right. I think some people just got their baits wrong.
I think I said it right, but I didn't do it right.
Didn't look that far.
The advantage is you don't have to look at the two arrows on your side. Just go in between any of the extra flares. Look at the other side of the map and go to a row where the extra flares is not pointing to your side. Hmm.
That's basically the same as what I said, but reversed.
Hmm.
It's either two away or where there isn't one pointing towards you. It's the same. But yeah,
Okay.
run away for the same result.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back and out. Back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healer's bait. It's a donut. Healer's in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tank circle. Ranged donut. Melee circle.
There is no limit to electro
Cardinals?
potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
2 and 4. Two pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Spreads. Although I think we might be dead.
Take this.
Not entirely, but This might be hard to survive.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that magic
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Remember, you have to provoke at some point.
I'll erase you.
Zap.
No.
Intermission
I
spots?
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
Uh-oh. I didn't have enough people.
Yeah.
I got clipped by
You got clipped by what?
by one of the pizza slices, and then which killed me when I
Oh.
switched over to- with Milo.
It is quite funny how that really dramatic music just like you wipe and it's just cut. Back to the party. It's cut. They wiped. Stop. Back to the party mode, guys.
Oh, food.
The food check. They should add a record scratch. That would actually be amazing.
But I
And
must
then the
have
party
your
music starts again.
Wicked Thunder has returned to
If
the
this party music were to start with a record scratch, that would be enough.
Yes, that would actually make it work. It'd be pretty funny. You do it the first time, you're like,
If one
why
needs
is
wings,
there this record scratch at the start? And then you see the this, and you're like, oh,
She's growing wings! Ha! How
Front.
wickedly divine!
back. Support baits. Support baits out. Tanks bait first. It's a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healer circle. Melee's donut. Ranged circle?
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electro's potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
1 and 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
3 spreads. 3 in spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn!
Oh, look at that
Right.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
And they're down.
Uh-oh.
Is it over already?
Very
Yeah.
over.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
I'm not sure what happened, but something that I should mention. Just because I think it was Milo that I was standing with.
Yeah.
I had the one where I have to stand next to you. You started here, so I went here. Then you went here. Like as if you were scared you were too close. As Johnny Sardine, I think, neatly put it, you have to big spoon me when you do that. You have to actually just commit to stand where you need to, and then I have to stand right up in front of you. Right in front of you.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, I don't know if that was what happened. Like, I'm pretty sure that was fine. I think Naomi died over on the other side. But I don't know if that was our fault. It was just like, that's as close as you're allowed to be, is that actually being closer is better. I don't know if that was what was the problem, but that was something that I noticed that I wasn't sure about. You don't have to stand exactly here, like guides also say stand here. But yeah, ultimately, if you start pedaling further back, then I'm going to chase you. And then we're probably going to get hit by the donut. Is my guess. But yeah, I don't know what happened over the other side. Where I think it was over the other side there was a death.
We had a death and the squishies didn't survive the next wild charge.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wicked
Front.
divine!
Front and out. Front and out. Support speed. Support speed in. Tank speed. It's a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healer circle. Melee donut. Ranged circle.
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electro's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. No.
And they're down! Is it over already?
Yeah, that's probably not going to work. Not really, no. Wow. We survived, but
At what cost?
yeah. We kind of survived, but then no. See, Tingle mentioned in regards to the intermission thing that the lasers are deceptively wide, so it's a good idea for melee to take a step back if they're the ones hit. I see. This is of course both tanks and melees.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healer's bait. It's a circle. Healer's in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees.
And they're done. Is it over?
I vote wipe. What?
Think either Ham or Zip got too close and took the melee bait. And probably the other one got clipped by it.
Hey Red, I am EU.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back and out. Back and out. Support baits. Support bait in.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Healer's bait and it's a circle. Can we recover for that in time? Healers in a circle. Healers in the circle. Tanks donut. Ranged circle. Melee donut.
Guess the answer is yes.
Yeah.
There is no limit.
Cardinals?
Electrode's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
4 and 3.
Yep.
Four pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Uh-oh.
Take this! electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that magic
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Just in time.
No.
Intermission positions.
I have no choice
Cat.
but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
He gets. Well.
My body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
That's incredibly dangerous. Oh yeah, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
guys, we had to actually get tossed the correct direction.
Good luck.
She's taken electric into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Hey, yeah. Oh.
If you had waited until after the knockback, it could have worked with like all the mitigation ever. Yeah, the problem there
I had
is
all the mitigation ever online.
yeah, the problem was that I don't think Shaq would have lived.
Oh, no, no, no. I would have died first.
Oh well, I think Shaq would have still died. Well, in case
also-
you needed proof that it's actually important that you move into position. Like, I mean, the first time we did it, I conveniently, like, had a position where, like, naturally would step up in front of her anyway. But, some other positions would just have gotten yeeted if they didn't know that, so now you know. Wow. I hadn't even considered that that was like an important detail.
This is nothing personal. I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the
Well, the first time we saw that transition, most of us were dead, so...
Yeah, and I was a convenient position to get tossed the correct direction anyway.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grown wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Front. DPS bait. DPS bait out. Healer's bait. It's a donut. Healer's in a donut. Healer's in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melee's in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads.
Take this! Electrope has
Hey, me up.
wings.
Hope you're doing well.
Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
magic cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Information positions.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
I will not fail.
All to see.
All to see. Do you want to do the LB, Ham?
I don't really care.
Well, I think I'll miss it, so you do it.
Okay.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
So if we're going to pull Naomi up manually.
We go up 2.
Oh my! The challenger went down.
Still have both healers.
Middle.
Oh, this is a problem.
Back on their feet. Hot grid.
Thank you.
By the way, you get spreads as well.
And they're down.
I think we have this debuff that we're supposed to pass to someone.
Yeah, to whom?
You could invuln for Prog. Well,
What invuln?
I had one.
She's using Electrope.
As
to
Bella
convert
said
her
it.
body's ether.
Splat. You can also invuln it. You can invuln it because warrior. The thing that we're supposed to pass to someone? Can we just invuln that?
No.
You can't. I can. You can.
I'm not quite sure a warrior that invulns the second tank buster would be able to do that as well.
You're probably not. Exactly, Leah. Oh, by the way, you guys have a spread. That's really funny.
I just turned around and saw everyone exploding.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it might not be a bad idea to check what position you're supposed to have for that spread. I'm pretty sure that me and Ham were on the correct spots, but I mean,
Food.
food check.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine.
Back. Front. DPS bait. DPS bait in. Tanks bait. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Range in the donut. Shag, you're really greeting that one.
Challenger went down hard. They're back on their
Alright,
feet.
wipe it.
There is no
I might or might not have forgotten to use any defensives for that raid wide. You can't prove anything.
We
Take
have it
a
on.
screenshot
We
of the stream.
we recorded it. Yeah, I agree, Kragan. No, that there's a lot of formations. Like, only thing missing is that we have some. We just like we'll just end up having like 3 or 4 different formations that people will refer to in the future. Like, just oh yeah, it's that formation from Wicked Thunder. Hey Yannick, we're starting to work on the intermission now. We actually reached a bit into the phase 2.
Then we got mustard bombed.
Yeah. To put it, to
we
put
got
it,
master bumped.
to be precise, by the
We
way,
got
you
mustard
guys
bombed as well.
basically, by the way, you guys have a spread marker as well. And then people died. Back. Front and out. Front and out. Support spade. Support spade in. Healer's bait and it's a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melee in a donut. Oh, Aerodel.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Pairs. On 2.
I had a mouse problem.
And they're down. Is it over already?
Oh, you should probably just wipe.
Oh. Damn it.
Oh dear! The
Trying to
challenger's
cleave
fallen
people.
out of the ring.
Yes, Aerodel got away.
Gleaming says my face when she gathers ether, but I know not to what end. Yeah. Good luck, Yannick. When you say you're in 1 to 30 Palace of the Dead jail, what do you mean? Are you farming pot shirts? Or are you just working on a new run? Trying to get a good run going. Ah, I see.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Oop.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
Well, I'm not early pulling one time.
One time.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine.
front. Support spade. Support spade in.
You've been real nice with this recently.
Tank spade. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut. It's a problem.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. What grit?
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals.
potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two pairs.
Oh.
What's up?
Milo nearly killed us.
I
sweet.
accidentally pressed the button. I'm surprised I didn't got any cleaves from it.
Clock spots.
How's this?
Spreads.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Oh,
And they're done! Is it over already?
yeah. Well. Yeah, that's true, Emir. It is still like we have reached the point where it's getting kind of brutal in the way that it kind of sucks to like have to like wade through those same mechanics over and over to get like one try on the thing we're having trouble with. So hey, Bugman, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if she gave us a checkpoint.
What happened? A bunch of people died. Why they died? I would guess that it was just damage.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your
Um,
soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
And indeed, Yannick, if you're aiming for the best score, you might as well like make sure that the first few floors where you aren't too invested yet go perfectly, right?
me
Front.
behind.
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers bait. It's a donut. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tank circle. Range donut. Melee circle.
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
On 3. Three spreads. Ardell.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Oh no.
Triple raise.
I'll erase you. No.
Intermission
I cannot die
positions.
here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether. growing from her body.
Almost.
My body will hold. It must.
Start
to
making
see.
your way to sea.
Also AoE incoming.
I don't have anything.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
I'll do it. Oh man, I feel like I'm like a frame too slow.
Yeah, that's what I felt last time.
Up 1 for left.
Oh,
They're back on their feet. What grid?
that was not our spot.
You can never tank, it'll be all the hits. Ah,
Mm,
Strahd said that.
yeah. It does not have to be a line in the middle.
What line?
We just learned that the frontmost or the hindmost line could be the safe row.
Right?
Yeah. That's possible. It's
As Matthew
for
says, it's
the
one
right
of the
side.
front three.
Yeah.
Remember food.
Yep.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine.
Back. DPS bait. DPS bait out. Healers bait donut. Healers in a donut. Tank circle. Ranged donut. Melee circle.
There is no
Cardinals.
limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. One spread. One spread. One. Spread.
Oh boy.
Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
And they're done.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that is, it is actually over already. Whoops.
Don't worry, I messed up my rotation at one point and all of my GCDs were misaligned.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine.
Front. DPS bait. DPS bait in. Tanks bait. Circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Range in a donut.
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals?
potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
repairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
We're missing someone, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Front and out. Front and out.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Should we just wipe? I think we should just wipe.
And they're down!
What happens to
Is he
Zip?
dead already?
Zip died. Why am I alive?
Thank you, Bip. Enjoy your evening.
I think under 10% is a good point to repair.
Hmm.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Front. Front and out. Front and out. DPS bait. DPS bait out. Tanks bait, and it's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged and a donut.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two spreads. 2 spreads. 2 spreads. 2 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Check your colors. Check your positions. Check your colors.
Oh my! The challenge
That didn't look quite right.
I think I stood in a donut.
We were 3 people bidding for the center spot. I know that I had the one that I had to give to someone. I had to be the one receiving the big spoon. I'm pretty sure, at least.
A comically large spoon or a normal spoon?
Another spoon. I think we have time for one more. Hey, Roskind. Hope you're doing well.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
It's starting to feel personal.
Yeah, just a little.
You think?
Yeah. Just think about how often she outskilled us. She must have some kind of grudge.
If If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's growing wings. Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine.
Back. Back. Support spade out. Healer's bait, it's a circle. Healer's at a circle. Healer's at a circle. Tanks in a donut.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Melee sent us donut. Wipe it, we can go again. Just wipe. Don't take the rest, just wipe.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's growing wings. Ha! A wickedly
Back.
divine.
Back and out. Back and out. DPS bait. DPS bait out. Tanks bait. It's a circle. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
4 and 3. Four spreads. 4 spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Check your colors. Check your colors. And your markers. Check your colors. And your markers.
No,
Information positions.
I cannot die here.
I actually managed to provoke twice for that tank buster.
Surrender to electrope.
I don't have reprisal. I used it for the previous mechanic. I would probably have used it for... that's probably fine.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
Hmm.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
My body will hold. It must.
Everyone to see. If you can make it. Ah. Tried to save someone and it didn't work.
Well,
Yep, well...
good luck.
Thanks.
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken a
She said with like most of the group dead.
new fellow soul.
Good luck healing through this. We don't have a limit break. And
I don't have any cooldowns. I have
Same.
reprisal in a few seconds.
I had faint on it.
Oh, well, that's something.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
made
even have
it.
cooldowns for myself.
That's so sad. I'm just like, equilibrium, duty failed. Oh. That's such a screeching halt right then. I feel like we have like 30 minutes. Might make more sense to just say that we just wind down now. I also feel like there's some that might be completely at a point where like they like brain fried, because I am seeing us make some more like silly mistakes.
Well, I've been starting to lose uptime.
Leah says, the duty failed or so well timed. Guess it's a draw. Looks like you were evenly matched. Nearly everyone dead. Just me like equilibrium. Just the right. That was good. That hurt. Whew, I'm ready for another one. And everyone else behind me dead. And the boss perfectly fine. Maybe not evenly matched. So for those curious, according to OBS, throughout the stream, due to the various like lag and latency stuff, it says that I've dropped 155,000 frames, which is about
Alright.
about 13% of the stream.
How many frames per second are that?
about 13% of them. Yeah, that is a lot of frames. The thing is, because it seems like it has like almost mellowed out through the stream, it's either that or it's just that it has been rather consistent, but at the very start there was a massive drop. So like that has just averaged out. But the amount has decreased throughout the stream. So I don't know if it's OBS or if YouTube just has a bad day. It reminds me of, there's sometimes when I've been uploading videos, sometimes it feels like YouTube has just decided that I get not the fast lane. So even though I have plenty of connection, it's just like, well, I mean, that video of like 15 minutes will take 3 days to upload, I guess. Enjoy that. And the only solution there is just, like, cancel it and try again. And then then it'll connect better. It is a possibility that that's what's happening. It's also a possibility that that there's something with my OBS, given that this seems to be happening like surprisingly frequently recently. And it feels like it started happening like a day after a Windows update. Convenient? Or inconvenient? Who's to say? But I hope it wasn't too problematic on the stream itself. That's less frames than Pokemon Scarlet loses to lag. Oof. Oh yeah, I remember that.
I think that's more frames lost than that game has.
Insert alien cat meme in context of fried brain. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like at least we're progressing. We got further.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite a lot. Two, 1, 2, 3 cactus pops in a row. Nice, Bimo. Nice one. It is quite funny with the cactpot, like the mini cactpots, is that surprisingly often you'll be given one where, like, sometimes I'll do that, like, I use a strategy that Milo mentioned to me randomly, where you just, like, basically you draw Y, because that guarantees that you can at least see it if there is, like, a possibility of, like, if there is even a chance of a 1, 2, 3 or a 7, 8, 9, you'll see it. So you can go for those. But sometimes I'll still check, like, after I've tried, see what was the highest score I could have gotten, like, how many MGP could I have had from that try. And sometimes you'll be like, well, I got 36, but the particular set you got, the best score you could have gotten is, like, 100. Like, thanks for that.
Oh yeah, I would not check what winnings you could have gotten afterwards. It will only demoralize you if you could have gotten a 1, 2, 3 and you got like 20.
Oh, see,
MGP.
that's the trick, is that if you use that Y-shaped trick, you can just choose to do, like, to take the 1, 2, 3 and try it every time. The only possible situation that can happen where that doesn't work, like, or where you still get disappointed, is if you aim for the 1, 2, 3, but there was actually a 7, 8, 9. But just from memory, I have not ran into that. Usually, if there has been a 7, 8, 9, I've tried that one. I've not seen one or the other. Like, usually there's only been one of them, and either I've caught it or it wasn't there. But that is the reason why, like, I don't check that often, because it takes a bit. But sometimes I'll do it just because I'll see the set and I'll be like, wait, there's nothing good here, is there? And then I'll check all of them and like, correct, there is nothing good here. It's just really silly that you can be unlucky like that. Female says, Moogle scratch cards are the most demoralizing to me. I only ever get the grand prize when it's something I don't want. Yeah, well, what you can do, Bimo, is you could sell the thing you don't want. And then use the money to buy the thing you do want. Unless it's... I'm pretty sure the rare things from the Moogle scratch cards are tradable. Is Arcadion a very rare triple triad card? You know, it would be even funnier in those kinds of situations, like in a tragic way, if it was not rare. Like it was like super common. But you just haven't gotten it. Like in those cases, it's likely that what actually happens is you're really lucky, so you don't get the garbage. So you just never get the garbage that you actually wanted. It's a 96% drop rate, trust me.
Like wings.
Mm. It is really strange with the mount drop rates. I wonder how they decided on that. Like, what is the drop rate of a current extreme mount? Does anyone know?
99.
Illy says, this reminds me of the time my friend was repeatedly running a variant dungeon route to get a boss card. By the time we were done, I had 4 copies and she had still none. That's the classic. But that's the worst. 3 to 5%? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the drop rate is 99 tokens.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the classic desire sensor, if you go somewhere seeking something specific, it doesn't even have to be, like... It doesn't even have to be rare. You're not getting it. You're just not getting it.
And on the next monster, you just carve a rare drop out of the tail and end up getting free.
Yeah. Or if you need, like, a lot of a thing. Like, if you need, like, 3 of a thing, it'll take you an eternity to get the first 2. And then...
No, the third. First 2 you get
possible.
immediately.
That's possible. It goes in 2 directions. Either it takes an eternity to get the first 2, and you like get completely demoralized because you have to beat that rare, like that random chance 3 times, and it's taking an eternity. And then the third time, like after you got the first 2, it's just like the game just goes, whatever, and then just gives you 3 immediately. Like just on the next try, you just get 3 of them. So you're like, why? It's even better if you have nothing to use the extras for. Or it goes the other way, as you said, that you'll get the 2 first, like immediately, so that you're like, oh, I'm almost there. And then the last one just never drops. And if you're farming with anyone else, they're over there going, Ah, nice. Did you get any? No? Oh. Well, guess we're going again. Oh, nice. I got another one. Did you? No? Alright, I guess we're going again. I specifically remember that Aradel and I did that in Monster Hunter Rise. More than once. Like, more than once we went to farm something and it didn't quite work out. Someone did the math. It's over 600 dream card packs. I feel like that's reasonably rare then. If a Final Fantasy 14 luck, worst player in a farm party always gets the mount. Well, that's a classic. But it doesn't always happen. But the funny thing there is that, let's say if a player that isn't great gets the mount, you'll remember. If someone who actually deserved it gets the mount. But let's be real here, they're not you. So how could they deserve it more than you, am I right? But when that happens, you don't care that much. But when someone who clearly didn't deserve it gets the wings, ooh, that's annoying. Like, you go into a random farm party, the one who basically did nothing and basically got carried because they died so many times, they end up with a mount. That is pretty funny, Orkney. And the weirdest part about that, Orkney says, I still don't have the card from the second Endwalker trial, and I got it a few times in roulette and also found the extreme mount. While we're on that note, would it be faster? I'm asking genuinely, would it be faster to farm it in extreme? If you just want the card.
Yes. Extremes have higher drop rate for triple tried cards.
Oh.
Oh. Also, that extreme is probably not that much slower than the normal fight.
It doesn't help that the normal fight has a checkpoint and a cutscene.
Yeah, and the extreme probably also has the shorter queue.
Yeah. Indeed. Indeed. I think does the normal one, it also has an item level restriction. Because it syncs you. So you would be stuck with like, I think like 690. Whereas the extreme lets you have 730. Thank you, Bella. I think we're done for tonight. And we're just hanging out for a bit. And enjoy your evening. Bimo says, a good player getting the mount, looting and scooting is just as bad. That's true. That's also the reason why whenever I do mount farms, we usually have a clear stopping point before we start. One way I've explained it is like, if you make a party find, we do 10 runs. Like, we do 10 runs, and then we disband. For example. Could be less than 10 runs. Like, you do 10 runs. You could also do, we go for an hour, or 2 hours for that matter, and then we're done. And the reason why that works, in my opinion, the reason why that works a lot better is because if you just go and go and go, then every time a mount drops, whoever gets it is stuck in the position of, well, I actually had to go. Like, legitimately I had to go. It's just, like, by random chance, this was the one where the mount dropped, but now I feel bad that I can't stay for a few more runs. I can't. And there's also the part that if you get the mount, a lot of people might have differing opinions on how many runs you have to stay for to compensate, quote unquote, for you getting the mount, so that you're not looting and scooting, right?
How much community service you have to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I usually go by food timing.
Huh.
Either 30 minutes or 1 hour, maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah, and part of the reason why it also exactly makes better sense to do a set amount of time instead of a set amount of clears is precisely because if it takes you, like, if you wipe a few times, then it suddenly takes like a lot longer. On the other hand, like, if the farm group is wiping, then you're probably not like the group might just break apart, right? Then that's a different story if like there's problems actually getting clears. But if you're having clears and you're going like, we go for an hour or we go for X amount of clears, the hour means that if someone goes, well, I actually have to go in an hour, and they join this group for 10 clears, but maybe it takes 5 minutes per clear, like depending on the duty, right? If it doesn't take that amount of time, then they will have to go anyway. So it's better to put a strict time. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. But it puts this position where you have a chance to like go, alright, I'll leave now. It's the same idea as like Savage raiding with a static, for that matter, is that if you're progging for X amount of hours and but on a previous attempt we were almost there. Yeah, but that was an hour ago and we've just been wiping since. It's pretty good to have like a clear stopping point where you go, alright, that's it, we're done. Because otherwise you might keep going and going and going and going past what people feel is reasonable. And see, a thing you can also do when you go, we go for an hour and that's it, is that the logic is like, you could go for an hour and then ask everyone if they want to keep going. You could do that. I've also seen it where people do this thing where they go for an hour, and when the hour is up, the leader either goes, alright, well, time's up, and they either just like hand lead to someone and leave, or they just straight up disband, like just kick everyone, like, and out. Find a different group. And if they do that, sometimes they'll host another group. Like, I have seen that happen. That they'll disband and make a new one and say we go for an hour. And then, like, if everyone wants to go again, they can just join again. But it gives everyone, like, a courteous way to just exit. Even if a mount dropped on the final try, whoever got it gets to just loot and scoot, essentially, without feeling bad about it, because the time was up. And instead of being the one going, actually I have to go, guys, the leader just disbands. I actually did that myself back in one of the Mock-Tome farms near the end of Endwalker, where the farm strat was P1 normal. You just brought a tank and 7 DPS and then just rushed the boss before something significant happened. Usually you brought a warrior, especially because Shake It Off was pretty good at like evening out the damage you would actually take. And I'd go for an hour, and then I would disband. Like I would offer to pass lead to someone, and if no one said yes, I'd just disband. And then I would take like a break, like eat something, do something else, and then maybe I'd do another hour later. That of course is also a little bit easier because those farms took very little time per run. So you could get like, if you had a fast group, you could probably squeeze in like 20 runs in an hour. And yeah, that can also happen, Kylan. See, the thing is, sometimes I will just hand the lead to someone randomly. Just, like, it doesn't matter to me. I'll hand lead to someone. then they can figure it out. But now their lead, they can just pass lead to someone else, and then they can pass lead to someone else. Also, it'll land on someone that goes, well, I don't want to deal with this, and then they just disband. Problem solved. But it does feel sometimes a little mean to just disband without asking, right? But it's difficult, because in a weird way, it is courteous to just, like, basically end the party, just go, we're done. I said we were done, so we're done. So anyone who didn't want to stay can just not, like, they don't have to do anything. Whereas the ones who did want to stay, they can make a new group. But this, as I said, also applies to Savage raiding. If you set a specific time that you go for X amount of time, like sometimes you'll go a little overtime, right? But there, a pretty decent out is also, well, we have to re-instance and we're overtime. I have to go, like, we're overtime. Which is pretty good, exactly because otherwise you can be stuck in this endless loop of oh, well, we almost had it. Just one more try, and like it just gets worse and worse because, I mean, the group is tired. They can't go on. The group is tired. They can't. So we're not going to beat it tonight. I think we had that with Brute Bomber, where we got it down to like 0.2%. Or something like that. But then
technically also with Honeybee.
Yeah, we also did that with Honeybee. And specifically with Brute Bomber, I remember we got that, and then we still had time for a few more tries, and it had led to the point where we were like, well, we were almost there, maybe a bit more, but then on the other hand, we had been going for like 6 hours at that point. Welcome back, Jake. That's unfortunate. Maybe you'll get him next time. Nice one, Kylan. And hey, Deathsin, our best result so far has been that I believe we did get to... I believe we survived the phase 2, like, entry, the cross-switch thing.
We saw mustard bombs.
It was
We saw-
mustard
yeah,
bomb
we
and
saw-
then specifically the tank second hit.
Yeah.
And there were spreads.
Yeah. There was... Incidentally, there was also spreads. Exactly, yeah. One more try, said 15 tries ago, each worse than the last. One of the most valuable things you can do to yourself is to realize when you're mentally done. Yep. Pretty much. That's also why, like, even though we go for up to 6 hours here, like, we need, like, people need breaks in between, obviously, and when it's clear that people are exhausted, when we're near the end anyway, there's no reason to go, well, I mean, we have 40 minutes. We would just probably do that, like, flounder around some more. Never end on a loss. That sounds like a dangerous proposition for Savage raiding. Doesn't it? Never end on a loss. We should do Under the Armor and end on a win. I mean...
We can't get 8 people into Under the Armor.
Maybe we can do Solemn Trinity instead.
Yeah. We could figure out how that is supposed to be played. Do some science.
I actually kind of think I know how it's supposed to be played. Matthew says we always kill on the last pull of the night, unless there's another boss. Yeah. Jake says, do you have any servers for pre-made parties? Party Finder's killing me. I don't, but I do think there are some to do it with, but I think they're mainly focused on, like, making statics. Yeah, I don't personally. But that's also like, on my end, part of the reason for that is that I don't use Party Finder that much. I am in the fortunate, privileged position of being able to like round up enough people for most things that I would do Party Finder with. So it is rarely necessary. Caetsu's problem is that the chest system punishes you for wanting to help a friend. Yes and no. It's a little strange. I feel like the system where there is a weekly lockout on gear, the way that it is designed in such a way where it's like, it's on brutal like that by necessity. On the one hand, it feels like, but why? Why does it have to be so that that me helping my friends leads to them getting less loot? On the one hand, it would be nice if like you could help and they just like all the loot drops anyway. You can't loot any because you already used yours, but everyone else can. But that would instantaneously lead to absolutely insanely degenerate split farming. We did not clear still. We got to mustard bombs in phase 2. The first one. But like if you could get the full loot for the people that hadn't cleared yet, then it could be used in a very degenerate way, which is the reason why, primarily, why there is a punishment for everyone if there's someone in the group that has already cleared. On the other hand, I think it's also pretty good that you get rewarded for like a little bit rewarded for doing it the first time with a full team of first timers. Like I feel like that's an interesting reward in a way. So I think it's not that bad. But then again, it also highlights that sometimes, as Leah says, sometimes helping the friend so that they can get their first clear is more valuable. Like, a thing that can sometimes be a little strange about it is, like, if you bring one helper, 1 to 4 helpers costs you half of the loot from the boss. Essentially. But those helpers can massively increase the chance that you get a clear at all, which means that from that point of view, if you're running out of time, you massively increase the chance to get anything. Like, you increase your loot gains from 0% to 50%. Is a way you could view it, rather than from 100 to 50%. And then there's also the whole section that if you're doing Party Finder, specifically Party Finder especially, then having the clear means that you can join Reclears the next week, which means that you're sacrificing half the loot this week to guarantee, well, almost guarantee, massively increase the chance for all the loot next week, and the week after, and the week after, and the week after. And most importantly, and this is something that we actually went through when we were like starting up on M1S, and also a bit M2S, was like, where did we have problems with helpers coming in that would reduce the loot count? The argument there was, well, we're 8 players. there's like 4 pieces of loot, typically. That matters, at least. Most of the time. And that means that at best, a completely random system, there's a 50% chance that you get something. At all. You lose half the loot. Now the chance is 25%, but there was always the possibility, it was always on the table, that you might not get anything. Like, that was always a possibility. So when you get those helper clears, you could just view it as that was your unlucky week, right? Done. See, Yannick says... consensus on physical ranged is that there's either a skill expression or responsibility thing that needs to change. How would you feel if there was like distance-based shots, like sniper point blank positionals? That would be interesting,
but also very upsetting.
Yes. See, an interesting perspective to that is that, well, melees have back and side positionals. And they also have true north, and most mechanics take into consideration that they can't always move around for things. Usually mechanics don't seem to care that much about the positionals, but at least melees get to be in full, like, melee range a lot of the time. Ranged are much more frequently expected to just be at range and just be stuck there for some reason or another for a while, potentially. And these kind of positionals would hurt a lot more. Maybe if you had like something similar to True North, that could work, but I feel like it would be, like, ranged would be punished a lot harder for something like this. And yeah, I also agree with Leah that they could fix this in different ways. If they made sure that ranged physical, hypothetically, they could make it so that here's the thing, players like Dancer, Bard, and Machinist for the way they work, right? That matters a lot. But one way to make this value of being fully mobile at all times more costly is if it was harder to play those jobs optimally, right? That would be a way they could do it. But then again, how do you do that? It's not trivial to make a hard job that makes sense. Emo says, I made an alt and it's funny how the first Archer quest has you shooting targets that are out of melee range. That is never used again in game. Yeah, that one is difficult.
Well, in a way, Bard has that mechanic in PvP.
Yes.
Your burst shot deals up to double damage based on how far you away are.
Yes.
Same with Pitch Perfect.
Yep. Dragoon actually also has that. Wormwind Thrust. The further away you are, the better it is. However, that isn't particularly impressive when Wormwind Thrust combos from Elusive Jump that pushes you back 15 yalms and Wormwind Thrust peaks at 15 yalms. So it's like... Yes, I can... Well, what do you mean by fix your gear, Coco? Is it broken? Does it need repair? Or what do you mean? Then I can repair it, yes. You just request. That would be an interesting way to solve it, Leah. And that is true, Steel. I believe this was actually a thing in up to Stormblood. Oh my. In particular, that because Bard got some of their procs from crits, meant that that as you got like more crit chance throughout an expansion, Bard scaled better, which made them like good and then better. And it didn't help that in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, at least some part of it, if not all of it, Bards, in some ways, like I wasn't there, I didn't play at that time, but in some ways, their songs were almost irreplaceable. Oh yeah, so we have a job that just pulses free MP for everyone. Like, it's a small damage loss for them to do that, but they have it. That was like a pretty heavy, like, A Realm Reborn Heavensward thing, that there was like this like chain reaction. This also applied sometimes in Stormblood. And what I mean by that is that, oh, well, I mean, if you want to have a Bard in your group, because Bards are crazy good. But if you have a Bard, you need the piercing resistance down debuff, which Dragoon provides, so you need a Dragoon in your group. Alright, well, let's assume Machinist is also really strong at that time, then you'd be like, well, if you already have the piercing debuff, then then Machinist would be nice to have as well, right? And then you're starting to run into the position of, like, you have a lot of really good options. No worries, Steel. Exactly, Steel. That's kind of what I was getting at, is that Bard is amazing, was incredibly, as I said, irreplaceable, meaning you couldn't not bring a Bard, effectively, because it was that good. Like, don't misunderstand. I know. Like, I didn't play it that. Like, I played in Stormblood. And there, like, TP was, like, mind inconvenience. And, like, mages could mana shift to the healers and things like that. Strad says, what happened in Heavensward was that Dragoon had Disembowel that buffed piercing damage, and Machinist had Hypercharge that buffed all physical damage. Oh boy. And that led to full physical comps, and that becomes even worse because, here's the thing, the reason why, one of the core reasons why it is so important that a balanced party, has at least one melee, at least one physical ranged, and at least one magical ranged, is because the party bonus gives you 1% of each stat. Like, increasing additively with each other, up to 5. I think this version of Party Bonus was Shadowbringers. Before Shadowbringers, things worked differently. In that having a specific role present, or rather a specific kind of job present, increased the stat. For example, having a tank increased the party's vitality by 3%. Having a healer increased the party's mind by 3%. Having a mage increased intelligence. Physical ranged and bards, I believe, gave dex, and strength jobs, of course, gave strength. Like, strength. Well, I mean, Death Sin, I would argue that Vitality is a main stat. We can call them attributes, but yeah, I guess we agree. But yeah, before then, the only one, like if you were making a party and you already had like 2 healers and 2 tanks, like you're already good on those. The motivation to bring a mage was that I guess it, like specifically the mage would increase the damage of the mage because intelligence, and the healers because of cleric stance before Stormblood, I believe. On the other hand, a melee DPS, like a strength one specifically, would increase the damage of the tanks and auto attacks from healers and mages where that applied. And the physical ranged, of course, would give dex, which increased the physical ranged. So, like, they would have that for free. But before Stormblood, I believe, dex also increased parry chance, I think? Something like that. Like it had a defensive component to it. It might have been block chance, so it was really for the paladins when it really came to it. But because of this, you could have compositions where you're like, actually, it's better if we don't bring a mage. Like, that was a possibility that you didn't care to bring a mage. Because, like, unless the mage specifically brought something unique to the table, you could have 2 ranged and they could be bard and machinist, and then you could have 2 melees. And they could be, oh, I don't know, dragoon and ninja? And this is like the kind of issues that probably has led to things like the party bonus working the way that it does now. Because it sort of helps balance things out. So even if a particular category of DPS is really, really good, the weaker ones still matter. I still think it's quite interesting in a roundabout way that we have this discussion that ranged physical is in a really, really bad spot. Because ranged physical, just generally speaking, as far as I know, brings more or better utility than mages. And there's of course summoner, but in broad strokes, ranged physical is more mobile than mages. So in some respects, ranged physical provides something. The only reason why we have this position where we're like, well, it doesn't really matter, is because ranged physical having better utility doesn't matter, because in optimization, you just need enough utility and then stack damage for the rest. And that's where the problems arrive, because other jobs might stack damage better. And mobility is also completely irrelevant as a factor, because we've kind of reached the point where, well, fights are designed so that, like, a fight might call specifically for a ranged job to take a mechanic, but any ranged job can do it. In fact, if you absolutely have to, a melee can too. It's fine. And they just have to do that. Like, you just have to do that. Just deal with it. Which of course massively devalues the potential utility in a ranged physical when when I actually made a video a long time ago at this point about this, which I called the damage dealing bottleneck. You could stack utility, but why would you? You want that the most damage you can possible. No discussion. That's what you want. And then the other things take like second place to that. The most important thing is damage. Which means that you want 8 jobs that do as much damage as possible. And then we can look at utility. And in that kind of universe, ranged physical doing significantly less damage than other roles is a problem. The question is whether it's enough that it is actually a problem. And when I say is it actually enough for it to be a problem, is your average group, are they hindered by bringing a ranged physical? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. In fact, I would argue that your average group is probably benefiting from having a ranged physical. Both because the party bonus gives slightly more vitality, among other things. And because they have the they have basically a defensive cooldown that is better than what your average mage, your average melee has. Tactician, Shield Samba, Troubadour is better in all ways than Feint and Addle. But if you have plenty of damage reduction, that doesn't matter, right? Well, that's a slight exaggeration, I think. Yeah, I think they have 3 up to 4 if they time it right. 3-second range GCDs, because once you have the speed, it's down to 3. And then they have Slither. Which is essentially the same as Thunderclap. But yeah, like that's a difficult conversation, because that is something that I have been thinking more about recently. Is it a problem? Right? Like, is it a problem? That ranged physical is slightly behind. Is it a problem? Because they're not alone in being slightly behind. Some mages are there too. It's not a problem yet. Indeed. The counter argument is, of course, also, yeah, but would it be a problem if they were not behind? Right? Would that be a problem if they were not behind? Wouldn't that be fine too? Which is that is a very weird statement to say. What if they were not behind? If ranged physical were even with like other ranged jobs, notably mages, like let's say Machinist did just as much DPS as provided as much damage to a group as a Pictomancer. Then why would you bring a Pictomancer? You would of course bring a Pictomancer because party bonus. But that's the possible concern, and that's why it is a mild, quote-unquote mild balancing nightmare to have the ranged physical, is that if they have better utility in every aspect than mages, and they're more mobile than all mages, which they are, even more mobile than Summoner, then if they're just as good as mages, then the only reason you have to bring a mage over a ranged physical is the party bonus. Which some might argue is where ranged physical is right now. Indeed, Leah. That was the Heavensward problem. And that is indeed the balancing nightmare, is how do you make ranged physical good enough, like to a satisfactory degree for everyone, without invalidating a different role. Mages can also bring a combat. Mages can also bring DPS combat raise, though. Yeah, 2 of them can. But incidentally, both of those Chief Hunter are actually down there with the ranged physical jobs. Like, incidentally, they're at the same spot. The only reason why they're not getting as much attention is because you can, like, if you're in a group where you would benefit from DPS combat raise, as in Red Mage or Summoner, then this isn't an important conversation. But if you want the maximum damage, then your mage can just switch to Black Mage or Pictomancer. And then, like, that is exactly, like, kind of part of the problem, is that because of mages being able to kind of, like, pivot to this, like, if you have a static, you have a mage, that mage can play Red Mage and Summoner while you're proccing. And then when you don't need the raise spam anymore, they could learn Pictomancer or Black Mage. It's a hypothetical, Cat. I'm not saying that you should. It was more like, if you're in a group where this is a problem, where it matters, then mages can do that. Whereas ranged physical, well, if like you're trying to, like, do the big pompous strat here, then I hope that your group is 2 mages, 1 melee and 1 ranged physical, because then when the ranged physical is switching to something doing more damage, again, we're going for a little bit of hyperbole here, then the ranged physical could switch to Viper or Ninja. And then, like, be able to use some of their equipment. And yeah, exactly, Chief Hunter. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the problem. That's exactly where we're at. Is that, as I said like a few minutes ago, is that physical ranged in an optimizer's, like, sweaty tryhard mode world, and sometimes some random party find elites world, I guess, a ranged physical has a better raid-wide defensive cooldown than a melee or a mage. Just flat. And each of the ranged physical jobs have more on top of that. Like, they have better stuff on top of that. And they're more mobile than a mage. But when you're optimizing, the game is at least currently balanced in such a way where you don't need the ranged physical defensive options. You don't need them. Specifically, you could do something else. It's probably really nice, defensively speaking, to have them. Do you need them? And mobility-wise is the same problem. Is the fights are designed so that a ranged job can do it, which means a mage can do it. And part of the reason why that happens is because of the symmetry in so many fights, is that if you need the ranged DPS to do something, you probably need 2 to do something. Because if you only needed 1, then you could bring 3 melees. And because you need 2 to do it, there's a reasonable expectation that 1 will be a mage, and they have to be able to do it too. Even if the ranged physical can do it better, doesn't matter, because the mage can do it. Yeah, that could be something, Yannick. If ranged physical could provide, like, more passive effects, that could probably be helpful. And the weird thing is, would that make ranged physical mandatory? Yeah, one way they could do it would be to, like, limit the mobility of the ranged jobs. They could give them more utility, like even more utility. Or they could also buff them. But it is difficult. It is difficult. As it stands on my end, I think that having a ranged physical is like a pretty good balance in the raid because it provides the utility and we have enough damage. Like the key here is that even if you look, like when you look at like FF logs, right? When you look at FF logs, you see that the best job is like 10% more damage provided, or like 11% depending on how, like, rather let's flip it and say the weakest DPS does, like, give or take 10% less worse performance than the best DPS. One thing that might be worth considering when making this comparison is, are you choosing between the best job and the worst job? Are you choosing between the worst job and someone in between? Now, there's also the question that, well, there isn't that far from the best job to the top 5, for example. But that is something that could also be considered, that sometimes we have to remember that. Well, how far are they from the average? For example, Coil 7 wants you to have a physical range to pull and kite and add, which I guess would be hard to do as a black mage. Yes. That is actually an interesting example of how it can be difficult to design encounters so that every role matters. Without making every fight feel too samey. And what I mean by that is, if a boss fight doesn't have a tank buster, then there's a reasonable chance that the off-tank feels kind of meaningless at the very least. And that tank buster also has to hit often enough that both tanks have to, like, get online at some point. Again, otherwise the off-tank feels kind of meaningless.
EX2.
Yeah.
If a warrior is a main tank.
Yep. The off-tank is just there to take one thing or something. One or two things.
The off-tank is there so that you know who will get hit by certain mechanics.
Yeah. If you could just put like a tag, like a name tag on a DPS that says, "Hi, I'm a tank," and that worked, then you didn't need it, potentially. Potentially. There is a mechanic where you have to bait something. Or rather, where you have to grab a cleave.
Oh, the tethers.
Yes.
The tethers.
But,
about them.
like, same thing as you go through the other roles is that for melee DPS to feel relevant, they usually just have to attack something, I guess. For a mage to feel relevant, like, I mean, I guess mechanics have to be there that they have to dodge so that they can feel good that they manage to both dodge and maintain damage, right? But for range to feel like they're nailing it, I guess, in a way, they actually do need to have some sort of thing they need to manage, like something. But if you go, well, for the ranged physical to have something to do, we need to put a mob that has to be kited in every fight. In every Savage fight, there has to be an ad that has to be kited for a substantial amount of time, where specifically a ranged physical is the only one that can do it. Which means that it has to be done in a specific way, and it has to take a specific amount of time, so that it would outrun any other role.
We call it the kite physical.
The kite physical. And that would make a lot of fights feel very samey. This was actually a problem that I think World of Warcraft, you can write that on your bingo cards, had issues with as well, is that on the one hand, tanks are not having fun unless they're both tanking something. On the other hand, if you make every fight have either two bosses or the boss just cleaves both tanks with every auto attack, feels a little bit like it's just the same fight again and again and again. And as far as the tanks are concerned, it doesn't feel any different. And that is also actually slightly a problem in Final Fantasy XIV, is that there isn't, like, I would say they have managed to provide a few slightly different tank busters in the current raid tier. Black Cat hits twice, so you have to like swap, and she does it frequently enough that it can be relevant that you can't just invuln it. But you can, pretty much. Like, it's just about whether you want to save it for raiding cats or what.
Yeah.
Honeybee has two different tank busters that she sort of chooses randomly between. And one of them can be nullified with an invuln, the other one cannot. Brood Bomber has his multi-hit, which I would say is reasonably unique. And then Wicked Thunder has a tank buster that hits twice and hits like an actual freight train. And it takes just long enough that you can just barely invuln it, because the debuff that it provides causes the follow-up auto attack to be a problem. Which means, I guess, that the intended measure is either that you just, like, I'm pretty sure that I would guess that from the designer's perspective, I would almost guess that they intended that you use an invuln for that. And then tank switch. I'm glad to hear that, Wuzio. Thank you so much. Make Peloton usable in fights. Oh man. All ranged physical now has expedient. Yeah, exactly, Steel. And the weird part there, that was actually a really funny thing that I noticed when we did E4S farm Thursday, was on normal, the tank buster applies, I think it was actually like a minute long physical vuln to the main tank that gets hit. That increases the damage you take by a bit, like I think like 20% maybe. So like, it does enough that it would probably be good to tank switch, but you don't have to. On Savage, it of course makes you take way more damage, but it only lasts long enough for like 4 auto attacks. If even that. Which is potentially long enough that you would have to tank switch when it is current. But it's just funny that they made the tank buster debuff way shorter on Savage, as far as I remember. It looked really weird. It really made, like, it really tripped me up at first. I was like, what? It's already over. Huh.
The question is, does that one do some AoEs or something like that? That deal physical damage, so
probably
they just have to hold up on a certain mechanic for a minute or something, but generally they use then slashing, bludgeoning and so on to make sure such a vuln does not interfere with that.
Yeah. Harry, we got to, like, our record was Mustard Bomb 1. But yeah, I think this might be a good time to round up the stream. Hopefully maybe I can track down what is causing this lag stuff. Maybe it's YouTube, maybe it's OBS that needs a little something. I don't know. It's really strange. But I will mute on Discord. And if you enjoyed this stream in particular, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells other people that it was a very enjoyable stream, and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link there, so you can join. There you'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so that'll be sometime tomorrow. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the reminder, the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you will get a notification, a reminder, when I post a video or stream, as well as like 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member of the channel. You can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing things like this for all of you's entertainment and joy. So thank you so much for the support. I hope that this whack with OBS can get solved, or that it is just YouTube being weird. But I'll try something. We have another stream tomorrow of more Palace of the Dead. So maybe I can fix something there, or it'll be a bit like this. Can't do much more than that. But with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!